यूट्यूब चेक करो तो यूट्यूब चेक करो जरा अच्छा ये
Everyone, I welcome you all here in the second day of this three-day international conference being organized by Thakur Singh Negi Government College, Kampio. We are extremely delighted and feel privileged to have Dr. Poonam Mehta, former principal of our college and currently serving as principal Government College of Srinagar, to have with us as a special guest. Respected worthy special guest, Dr. Poonam Mehta ji, our special guest, Dr. Brajesh Chauhan ji, on behalf of Dr. Uttam Chand Chauhan, our principal, Dean of Students Welfare, Professor Janak Negi ji, and Organizing Secretary, Professor Dharmjit Negi, from the members of staff, ESCA and students, I extend a very warm welcome and good morning to you all present here. At the same time, I extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed delegates and participants who have joined us to online mode. Yesterday we had very interesting and absorbing sessions. So today we are going to continue that process. But before that, let me invite and request our college principal, Dr. Uttam Chand Chauhan, to facilitate our special guest, most respected Dr. Poonam Mehta. Ma'am, please. Please give us a big round of applause. Dr. Poonam Mehta is a dedicated scholar and her academic career spans for more than 35 years. She takes very keen interest in international and national conferences, and she has presented many research papers besides having guided twice many MPhil and PhD research scholars. Madam, we are truly honored to have you today. Dr. Poonam Mehta taught in our college for almost 20 years. Our principals are facilitating Dr. Poonam Mehta. May I now invite Dr. Uttam Chand Chauhan, sir, our principal, to present a welcome note.
सभी को नमस्ते, प्रणाम, good morning, सुप्रभातम. On behalf of GST College, I welcome Principal Saraswati Nagar, Poonam Mehta ji, respected other scholars, different. I can say that पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए जितने भी हमारे बाकी जो ऑफलाइन हमारे बीच में जो बैठे हैं हमारे गेस्ट्स, आप सभी का मैं स्वागत करता हूं. आज हमारा दूसरा दिन है और जो जज्बा है, जो जोश है, वो हमारा कल से भी मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है. इस तरह से मैम आपने हमें आज ज्वाइन किया है, दिस इज रियली सरप्राइजिंग फॉर अस और ये हमें और ज्यादा मोटिवेट करेगा. आज के हमारा जो मैक्सिमम जो हमारे सेशन चलेंगे, टोटल टेक्निकल सेशन है, इसमें हमारे कुछ फॉरनर्स भी हैं, ऑनर स्कॉलर्स हैं और हमारे डिफरेंट स्टेट्स से, हमारे हिमाचल से और बाकी स्टेट्स के जुड़ रहे हैं. मैं उन सब का भी स्वागत करता हूं और मुझे लगता है हमें क्योंकि समय की कमी है, मैं अपनी वाणी को यही विराम करता हूं. once again I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal sir. May I now invite our special guest, Dr. Poonam Mehta ji, on stage to deliver. Okay. So our first speaker of the day, on the theme of this international conference, community culture and conservation, tribal pathway to sustainable prosperity. May I now introduce Dr. Chandra Mohanegi, Associate Professor in Department of Finance and Business Economics, University of Delhi, He completed his PhD on commercialization and high-value crops in mountain agriculture, a comparative analysis of alternative marketing channels in horticulture in Himachal Pradesh. His research interests and specialization are on mountain agriculture, his primary focus on Western Himalayas and agriculture and rural development. He has been awarded with UGC Kerala in 2004 December and June 2025. He was also shortlisted for NABARD Commission for Outstanding Doctoral Thesis in 2023. May I now invite Dr. Chandra Mohan Negi to deliberate upon this topic. Dr. Chandra Mohan Negi, you are most welcome, sir. Please begin with your topic.
Thank you, Sharmaji. Thank you. First of all, I will appreciate. Am I audible, Sharmaji? Am I audible? Ji. So, first of all, I will appreciate the principal government college, Reckong and the organizing team for taking such an initiative. That is quite appreciative, and this is a very unique initiative you have taken, and this is the modern means of discussions and debate. This is the platform from where we can discuss the contemporary issues, which is contemplating the districts like Kinnaur and Himachal Pradesh. So I wish and I hope that in future also you will do such kind of conferences. My gratitude to you all of you for inviting me. So I am sharing the PPTs. Sharmaji, is it visible?
We can see your PPT, sir, on screen.
Okay, so my topic is Kinnaur's economy in 21st century, which direction to trade. So all the statistical data here has been taken from the government sources and some of my research, which are, as you stated that my specialization is on the Western Himalayan, especially the Himachal Pradesh. So as view of the glimpse of socio-economic status of Kinnaur vis-a-vis Himachal Pradesh is stated here, wherein the Kinnaur in terms of area contains just 11.5% of the Himachal Pradesh, and the population of the district is just 1.2%. The growth rate of population during the last decade, 2001 to 2011, was almost 13% for the state as a whole, whereas for the Kinnaur it was just 7.4%. And the population density resulting here is 123 for the Himachal Pradesh and 13 for the Kinnaur. Whereas you see the overall sex ratio is lowest in Himachal Pradesh, whereas as well as the female share in the population is also lowest in Himachal Pradesh. Whereas if you see the sex ratio under the age of 5, which is the good indicator, there is a slight improvement and better than the state average. 963 is the sex ratio under the age of 5. So the per capita income is 2,68,904, and the average land holding size of the state as a whole is 0.95 hectare, less than 1 hectare, whereas in case of Kinnaur it is 1.25 hectares. So you see the population of Himachal Pradesh has tripled since 1951, growing from 24 lakh to 69 lakh, whereas Kinnaur, as I stated, is contains just 1.2% of the state population. And within the Kinnaur district, Nichar Tehsil has highest population, followed by Kalpa and Sangla. And the scheduled caste makes up the 17% of Kinnaur's population. This is the socio-economic status of the Kinnaur. Here you see the structure of the state's economy, Himachal Pradesh economy, wherein the economic theory says that as economy progresses, the share of secondary sector and tertiary sector increases in terms of gross value added as well as employment. So in case of Himachal Pradesh, the tertiary sector is providing 43% of state gross domestic product, whereas the primary sector consisting of agriculture and allied activities are providing just 14% of the gross the state domestic product. On the other hand, if you see in case of the employment share, the tertiary sector is employing just 25% of the workforce. On the other hand, it is the primary sector, that is agriculture allied activities, where the bulk of population or bulk of workforce is engaged for the employment. I hope for the district like Kinnaur, the share of secondary sector must be lower because we don't have the industries. So the onus lies here on the tertiary sector, service sectors and primary sectors to spur up the economy of the districts like Kinnaur. So I have gone through the structure of the croft area in the Himachal Pradesh and especially in the district of Kinnaur. And what the very interesting revealing facts are coming out. You see the share of total cereals, low value, or you could say we call it the low value crop. From 93% in 1970s to 3, the share of total cereal has come down to 22% over the period of time. And this decline in the share of total cereal has been taken over by the total fruits, that is 56%, and the vegetable share 2.5%. So you see there is a quite diversification of the crops is taken place from the low value cereal crops to high value vegetables and fruits, which is a remarkable for a border districts and high altitude district like Kinnaur. Second is, at the same time, I have seen what is the status of land distribution among the different communities and districts as a whole, right from the 1970-71 to 2010. And surprisingly, district like Kinnaur, the Gini coefficient is increasing, wherein it is stated that the land distribution inequality is increasing in our district. And same fact is substantiated by the Gini coefficient for the social groups. Among the different social groups, you will find that scheduled tribes have the highest Gini coefficient, which indicates the inequality in the land distribution. That is a point to be noted for the future development of the state as well as district. Now you see, as I said, that the structural transformation within the agriculture sector has been taken place. The high value crops, especially the fruits and vegetable, has taken over from the low value series. And the prominently within that transformation is led by the fruits, and among the fruits, apple is the prominent one. And the table here before you is presented here, wherein the area under the apple crop and the production of the crop is clearly stated. You see, in case of Kinnaur in 1971-72, the share in total area was just 3%, and it has increased over the period of time to 10%. In the same way, the share of production in the total state's kitty was just 2.5% in 1971, and it has increased to 12.86% in 2016-17, for which we have. As a result, you will find that the productivity of the crop here is apple, is next only to Shimla in district Kinnaur. And at the same time, I have calculated the growth rate of area, output and the productivity. And surprisingly and very interestingly, you see the growth rate of area in terms of apple crop in the Kinnaur was 5.8% overall, whereas the growth rate of output was 7.5%, and the growth rate of yield was 2% per annum, which is second only to Shimla, which has grown at a rate of 2.3% over the period of time. So you see there is a tremendous increase in the share of apple as well as the production and the yield from the Kinnaur district Kinnaur. So next is this statistical data has been taken from the Himachal Pradesh government. So agriculture and allied sector indexes, Kinnaur is ranked on the 5th position. Second is the commerce and industrial sector index. Again, the Kinnaur district is ranked as a sixth, which is above average of the Himachal Pradesh. Next is you see the economic performance during the 2023-24. Again, Kinnaur is ranked in the sixth rank, which is above the average of Himachal Pradesh. So this is taken from the government sources, whereas the district government governance index is constituted herein 99 indicators and the 9 major themes are taken. And you see right from 2021, the rank of Kinnaur was 10th, and recently in 2023-24, it has moved to 6%, which is commendable and which is remarkable in terms of district's progress. So next is what are the challenges and the future prospects. So key challenges which I find is that first is climate change. Friends, as you know, the climate change is reality, and all the researches from the mountain areas shows that the rate of change of climate change in the mountain areas are higher than the plains. As a result, you find the intensity as well as frequency of extreme weathers has increased in the mountain areas like Kinnaur district. So, and in course of time, I expect the researchers say that this intensity as well as frequency of extreme weather or the severity will increase. So we will have to prepare ourselves to face or to adapt with the new changes. Second challenge which I find before the district is the youth unemployment, especially the educated youth unemployment. This is a vein on the system and it may create many socio-economic challenges in the future. And some of the incidences which I will give you in a hint from the many incidences which is reported in the newspaper and the social media, which is unknown to Kinnaur district earlier, I somewhere link these activities with the youth unemployment. So third challenge to my mind is traditional to the product to the modernity. That is, Kinnaur at present to me is at a crossroad, wherein the two opposite countervailing forces, that is modernity and traditional, are at work. So we need a judicious or the optimum blending of tradition and the modernity. And for that purpose, we need to strengthen the institutions of governance like Panchayati Raj, block development councils, and municipal corporations extra. These stages will provide the platform and nurture for the future leadership. So what are the future prospects? So I have shown you that there is a diversification within the agriculture has taken place. In the stage one, we move from cereals to fruit to vegetable. So now time has come, because you see most of the fruits and vegetables are perennial or you can say once in a year crops. So now time has come to move from horticulture to animal husbandry to dairy to poultry and fisheries. And these commodities, these agri commodities are price inelastic and the value addition in these commodities are much more than the fruits and vegetables. The second one wherein I find the prospect is renewable sources of energy like hydel, wind and solar. So you see the government sources shows that we have enormous power, enormous potential for the renewable sources of energy. And these are the green and clean energy sources, mind it. So the debate should be from the yes or no to the size of the projects, whether it should be the small, medium, or the large. Because you cannot, to me, for a student like me, these are the resources which need to be optimally utilized. So, when I was a student in the school, when today 1000 megawatt project is installed in the Karcham, nothing was there. So you see, these are, as the Jaipurka industry stated, they are not flowing water, they are golden waters. So another prospectus for me is tourism. From the statistical data shared by government shows that we are not attracting enough tourism. Even our neighboring district, Laol Spiti, is attracting more tourism than us. So in future, we need to attract more and more tourism, and that has a great potential. And you see, this is a land of Buddha and the Devtas. So the policies like Har Gaon Ki Kahani will definitely attract the more tourists. And other than tourism, there is a trade. Recently, Government of India has opened Shipkila Pass for the trade with another huge economically might nation, China. So in future, if everything goes fine, if there is a cordial relationship between the two great nations, two great civilizations, then trade opportunities will definitely increase. That will be another source of revenue as well as employment for the youths of Kinnaur. And the fourth and the last one is human capital, which is the most important for the development of any country. So in course of time, Kinnaur's per capita income has increased over the period of time, but the question arises how much we are investing on the human capital. How many new schools are coming up? How many new health centers are coming up? That is a question which I putting forward before you. Because you see, the human capital is end as well as mean to the development. For the full optimum utilization of human capital, we need to spend more on the hard infrastructure as well as soft infrastructure. And this is the age of high technology. So I request the Kinori people to come forward and invest more in educations, health centers, as well as soft infrastructure like the education, healthcare, law enforcement, financial stage, and the internet penetration. So if we invest on the human capital, definitely that is future of the Kinor. So for with these words, I am halting here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Chandra Mohan Reddy, sir, Associate Professor in Department of Finance and Business Economics, University of Delhi. Sir, your delegations on the topic was really thought-provoking. We are highly indebted for your valuable insights. This session of day two, very interesting one. Sir, we kindly oblige us by sharing your PPT.
Sure, I will sure.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Brajesh Chauhan to introduce us to the next international level keynote speaker, please.
Right now, we invite next speaker, Dr. Molly Ibrahim. She was professor of history earlier and worked in St. Bede's College also as a principal. Now she is uh, in Jesus and Mary College, University of Delhi, which is very popular and famous college of Delhi. She done lot of research on tribal area and people, especially Gandhi tribes of Himachal Pradesh, and she has also presented her research related to this Gandhi tribes in international conference in Japan also. We are very lucky that today she is with us and very popular, one of the popular principal of our country. And I am requesting on behalf of Dr. Uttam sir, who is principal of GDC Reckong, that both colleges must sign some MOU for which proposal rough draft is already on record, and I hope they will sign this MOU like. TS Negi GDC Reckong is very popular destination for the people of metro cities, particularly Delhi. Here they have a very good accommodations around this college, and they have facility of trekking, studying tribal culture, art, and working for its conservation. And certainly the students of TS Navy, GDC, Reckong will get opportunity to visit Delhi. One of the famous college, Jesus and Mary College, and where they will explore political, economic activities of the people in Delhi, and many other things can be done. And Sister Renu from Jesus and Mary worked as one of the judge for international nationality competition also. Dr. Mali Ibrahim, are you joined already?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sister. Then it's your time. You have 16 minutes to speak, and any one of the participants will ask one question also after you finish your talk. Thank you. It's over to you, Dr. Mali.
Yeah, Dr. Brijesh, my video is, not allowed from your side, I think.
Okay, I will ask the team to allow the video and सिस्टर कौन से नाम से आपने ज्वाइन किया है
Okay,
प्रिंसिपल जेएमसी
प्रिंसिपल जेएमसी
okay, got it.
ओके थैंक यू सिस्टर
Dr. Brijesh, I just wanted to, share the screen.
Yes, allowed here.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
It says host disabled the attendee screen.
Ma'am, please continue with the topic.
Okay. Where is my Okay, good morning to one and all present there. First of all, I congratulate the principal of the college and the organizers for conducting such a wonderful conference, which is the need of the hour. So I will be generally speaking about the culture conservation community, tribal pathways to sustainable prosperity. So today we'll be kind of, exploring the fascinating and complex relationship between India's tribal people and their environment. As we will see, their traditional way of life offers profound lessons in conservation and sustainability, but it's a way of life that has been challenged by historical policies and modern development. Traditionally, the tribal communities of India have maintained an economy deeply connected to nature and their local environment. Their livelihoods were intrinsically linked to the forests and natural resources of their habitats, relying on indigenous technologies and practices. However, this doesn't mean their traditional economy was simple or uniform. In fact, it was a diverse and dynamic system with communities adapting their economic activities based on resources available. Now, the foundation of I will be talking about 4 points. That is, number 1 is the foundation of tribal indigenous knowledge and symbiotic living. India's indigenous people, constitutionally known as scheduled tribes, have for centuries inhabited the country's rich biodiverse regions. Their homes are not merely geographical locations, but are deeply intertwined with their cultural identity. Living within forests, hills, and near water bodies, these communities have developed a unique symbiotic relationship with their natural surroundings. This close connection has led to the accumulation of a rich body of indigenous knowledge, a cumulative wisdom passed down through generations. This knowledge forms the basis of their common property resource management system. From sustainable agriculture and aquaculture to forestry, their practices have ensured the conservation of the very ecosystem they depend on. This system is not static. It is a dynamic, living body of knowledge that adapts to changing conditions, a testament to its resilience and efficacy. They possess deep insights into everything from seed preservation to medicinal properties of plants. Next, I will be talking about the historical disposition and the erosion of rights. The relationship between tribal communities and their environment underwent a significant and disruptive transformation during the British regime. The nationalization of forest land and products shifts ownership from communities to the state. The policy, while generating revenue and employment, fundamentally deprived tribals of their ancestral land rights and led to their alienation from their traditional way of life. The marginalization did not end with independence. Subsequent policies and acts continued to weaken community-based resource management, further alienating indigenous peoples. This historical context is critical for understanding the challenges tribal communities face today and the deep-seated mistrust that can exist between them and the government institutions. The third point is the shift towards participatory management. In the face of growing movements for indigenous rights, a shift in government policy began to emerge. The National Forest Policy of 1988 marked a significant turning point, recognizing the importance of evolving local communities in forest management. This led to the creation of participatory forest management systems, most notably joint forest management and community forest management. These initiatives were designed to the people centered and to pro-democratic, aiming to restore a sense of ownership and responsibility. The core idea was to empower tribal communities with decision-making rights from planning and implementation to the evaluation of forest resources. The hope was to ensure both the conservation of bioresources and the promotion of sustainable livelihood through small and micro enterprises. Next point is challenges to sustainable prosperity. Despite the noble intention of participatory forestry, its implementation has not been without significant challenges. Participation has often been less than expected due to a lack of genuine sense of belongingness. Furthermore, conflicts often arise from the differing worldview of various stakeholders, and mutual trust remains a hurdle. Crucially, the full potential of indigenous knowledge has often been overlooked in these formal management systems. While tribals have invaluable expertise in the conservation and use of non-timber forest products and medicinal plants, this knowledge has not been fully integrated into the official framework. True sustainable prosperity requires not just participation, but a genuine partnership that values and prioritize indigenous knowledge for things like value addition and local market development. The path forward must be one of genuine collaboration where the rich traditions and expertise of indigenous people are not just acknowledged but are the very heart of conservation and development efforts. Now, the categories of traditional tribal livelihoods, like sociologists like LP Vidyarthi and BK Rai have categorized the traditional economic activities of Indian tribes into several key areas like hunting and gathering group of people, hill cultivation, plain agriculture, simple artisanry, pastoralism, folk arts, agriculture and non-agricultural labor. Now, it's important to note that these categories are not mutually exclusive. Many tribes, like the hill cultivators and pastoralists, often supplemented their primary activities with hunting and gathering or small scale agriculture to ensure their survival. Shifts in modern economy and model tribal economy. There are few points. So over the past few decades, the traditional tribal economy has undergone significant changes due to a number of factors. Factors like depletion of natural resources, like for example, deforestation and the implementation of environmental policies such as the Wildlife Protection Act. This has led to the decline in the traditional practices like hunting and gathering. Then government policies, like government initiatives and policies, have often discouraged practices like shifting cultivation, leading to its decline in many areas of our country. Then urbanization and industrialization. The rapid pace of modern development has alienated many tribes from their traditional habitats and natural resources base. This has forced them to seek new livelihood options, often migrating to urban areas in search of employment. Now, if we look at our hill tribes or the tribal areas, we can see that a lot of people lack of lack of facilities that is given by the government and other agencies. They are moving from their villages to the city areas looking for other jobs and especially for education for their children and many more things. Then the population growth. An increase in population among some tribes coupled with a decrease in the availability of traditional resources has further faced and pushed them towards diversification and new occupations. So, now the understanding and the when you talk about the understanding and understanding of the indigenous ecological knowledge, not merely as a collection of facts, but as a holistic, integrated system. It is a form of traditional ecological knowledge and wisdom that sees all living and non-living things, people, animals, plants, and land forms as deeply interconnected. IEK is not just about knowing how the natural world works. It's also embedded in cultural values, ethics, and even spirituality. Now, if you look at our traditional indigenous people, their spirituality is, we could say that a pure spirituality that they have. The Indian belief system that regards nature as divine, where natural elements become part of the ceremonies and worship. This spiritual connection is often the basis for a cultural rules and norms concerning resource management. It also introduces the field of ethnosis, including ethnobotany, ethnozoology, and ethnoecology, which attempts to systematically study and evaluate these traditional knowledge systems. A key distinction is between pragmatic knowledge, that is how the natural world works, and cultural values, what we should do with that knowledge. While some argue all knowledge is culturally embedded, this distinction helps us understand how a community's spiritual beliefs, for example, can lead to specific, often sustainable, and management practices. Numerous studies shows a strong link between biological diversity and cultural diversity. For example, for millennia, tribal indigenous peoples have acted as stewards of biodiversity, while not always framed as conservation in the Western sense. Their practices, what we now call as sustainable resource use management, have contributed significantly to the health and richness of these ecosystems. The last, I'll be speaking about navigating the nuances beyond idealization. While we acknowledge the immense value of this, it's crucial to avoid the idea of noble savage romanticism. We must recognize that IEK is not static. It interacts with internal knowledge and can be eroded by wider socio-economic forces, market pressures, and population growth. One should caution against viewing indigenous knowledge as a pristine relic. IEK has its limits, just like scientific knowledge. It may not be equipped to handle rapid, drastic environmental challenges and changes. Historical and contemporary evidence shows that indigenous peoples have also committed environmental sins such as overgrazing or overhunting under certain circumstances. IEK is not always sustainable. It can become inappropriate under conditions of environmental degradation, and its effectiveness in contingent on specific social and ecological contexts. So, the critical takeaway is that the relationship between tribal indigenous peoples and the environment is dynamic and complex. It is not a simple case of good versus bad knowledge or good versus bad actors. It's a complex socio-ecological system which both scientific knowledge and indigenous ecological knowledge can play a role, each with its own strengths and limitations. The true challenge, therefore, is not to replace one form of knowledge with the other. Instead, it is to build new conservation approaches that are grounded in concrete local understandings that integrate the wisdom and practices of the people who live there and that move beyond a flawed dualism between nature and humanity. The question before us as scholars and practitioners is how we can do this effectively and efficiently. So that's all from me.
Thank you, sister. Any question from online participants who want to ask something? रुचि मैम आपने तो नहीं पूछना कुछ प्रिंसिपल जीडीसी दारलाघाट रुचि मैम you want to ask any question? Okay, any participants from here want to ask any question? Otherwise, next speaker is ready. Thank you, sister. Kindly share your PowerPoint presentation also. Your voice was very clear and presentation was excellent, and we will certainly include it in our conference report. Thank you, sister. Right, then next speaker is Vidhu Mayer. He is very famous family doctor from UK. Vidhu was born in 1960 in Kenya. His grandfather migrated from Punjab to that area, and his family immigrated from Kenya to UK in 1973. He graduated as a doctor from Bristol University Medical School in 1984. Before retiring in 2018, Vidhu worked for nearly 30 years as family doctor in Birmingham. And family doctors are top cream doctors of the country who work as a family doctor in UK. And recently he bought one very big house in Goa, and he has invited conference participants also to there because that house is very big and they rarely come to that place. His biodata is very big. Vidhu Mayer, जब आप बोलेंगे तो you speak some special things about you, and certainly today topic for your talk is what culture and community mean exactly, and the threats which prevent or impair their conservation. Dr. Vidhu, it's over to you. आपको तो इंग्लिश भी आती है, हिंदी भी आती है, पंजाबी also perhaps little bit, and you have very big house in UK, and we are planning to visit that place also. Vidhu Mayer, it's over to you. You have 15-20 minutes, and हम आपके real विचार सुनना चाहते हैं.
It's over to you, Bidu.
Ca-
You are
Can you hear?
right now in UK. Yes, yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear and we want to see also you because
Yeah, I think you've
your
been.
personality is so pleasant and
I think
beautiful.
my you've stopped my image at your end. But it doesn't matter if you can't see me. I'll start
Can
my.
you speak again, Dr. Bidu?
Yeah, there you are. That's fine. Can you see me now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay, good. All right. Shall I start? Om Vishwa.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
We do.
Okay. Om Vishwani Deva Savitar Duritani Parasuvar Yad Badram Tannaya Suvar. Thank you very much, Brijeshi, for inviting me to speak at this conference, and thank you to all of you who are listening. I want to, as I sit here in Birmingham, UK, first of all, congratulate all of you because you live in the greatest nation on earth. It is the reason I say that is because it's the land of Dharma. It's the greatest civilization state because this is where the Vedic Dharma is has a home, and that is why I have started by reciting a mantra from the Rig Veda, which is also in the Yajur Veda, because the Vedas are the very essence of our civilization and need to be revived and resurrected so that everyone prospers. May I also take the liberty of, in particular, selecting Deshbhakt University to commend because they have a name after a famous freedom fighter. My heroes, my heroes are also freedom fighters such as Swami Shraddhanand, Lala Lajpat Rai, of whom there I know is a statue in Shimla on the Mall, Bhagat Singh and Ram Prasad Bismil, and of course, most of all, the incomparable Dayanand Saraswati, who was their inspiration. So you'll see that the only special thing about me, which is very unusual, is my deep interest in Dharma. And the theme of my little talk will be both Dharma and the other one is the vital need for us all, people in India and NRIs, to become mentally decolonized. The reason I think this is very important is because this, although our colonizers left us 80 years ago, we have been left with this inferiority complex. And this is actually completely inappropriate. We seek validation from the Western world in terms of knowledge systems when, in actual fact, we're thinking they're superior, when actual fact it is the reverse. Indic knowledge systems are superior, as the Vedas prove. And if please take it from me, I've lived here. I've never lived in India. I've only lived in the West for the last 50 years, and I can tell you that their time is now over, and we need to develop this self-confidence to develop our own or resurrect our own knowledge systems. So, in that respect, for me, one important example is to stop the use of the word tribal, because tribal in the West suggests an inferior group of people. They don't refer to their own tribes in, say, Scotland or their own communities, their historical communities. They do not refer to them as tribes. You know, the Anglos, the Saxons, they only refer to people in foreign lands as tribes, as if to suggest that there is some sort of inferiority. And as Professor Abraham, immediately before me, um, uh, described very, very well, that our Vanvasi communities, we should use the equivalent Sanskrit word, our Vanvasi communities are actually very, very respectable in their ecology and in their historical contribution to nature. So after my introduction, I'll move on to my actual talk, which I've taken the liberty of amending the title slightly to Conservation of Community and Culture. I've separated conservation here in terms of not a separate environmental project, but to protect and conserve our community and culture so that we can enhance prosperity. Now, when we talk about culture and community, I think it's important to have a shared understanding of what we mean by those two words. I'll begin with community. Community for me, the building blocks of community are number one, and I'll use the Sanskrit terms, kul, jati, and varna. Kul is family. Jati I would translate as community, local village, for example, and then Varna I'll leave to one side for the time being. And as far as culture is concerned, I think it has two components. I'm separating them artificially. Culture, I think, is a composite of dharma and language. So why I have broken those words down is that when we talk about protection of our special communities, we need to identify the threats to those communities. And I want to break down the threats in three main categories. To the biggest threat facing the whole world, not just our Vanvasi communities, the whole world at the moment is threatened by falling birth rates. Here in the West, our future is seriously jeopardized because populations are dwindling, and that is a tremendous threat to prosperity. So I am actually not at all concerned if there is an increase in the population of some of these Vanvasi communities. That's a good thing. And regarding the falling of birth rates in urban India, I heard recently that one of the community leaders talk about hum do or hamare teen, and I think that is a message that applies not only to our Vanvasi communities, it applies to everyone in the entire world, and it's something that we wish to. It must be propagated in this context today. Now, I want to next move on to language, because language, I think, is extremely important. What is the threat to culture and the culture of particular indigenous people is I think the biggest threat is English as a medium of education in Bharat. I know that one of the drivers of migration to cities is that, and I've seen this with my own eyes in Goa, that people from villages move because they think that to succeed in life, you need to learn English, and they move into towns and cities. And when in fact, this is completely wrong. What we need to do is to bring back education. The medium of education in India should be in the local language, Hindi, and obviously Sanskrit. Because if I can, one thing that I missed out when I talked about culture is that with my definition of culture is that the word in Hindi for culture is Sanskriti. And that I think is a beautiful example of how it's a combination of both Sanskrit, the language, and of culture. And if you want proof of this thing, that Bharat must quickly, within the next 5 years, move to local languages, I would cite to you countries such as Germany, France, China, and Japan. These are world global leading economies. They have become leading economies without needing English. So let's completely overcome this mistaken idea that only success can only attain through English. The next time you invite me to, I hope you never invite me to speak again in English. I'm thinking of the future where, people should be talking in Hindi and Sanskrit should be resurrected. So now I want to move on to threats to communities. And if you recall, I said the building block of a community is kul, which is family. Now, family needs to be defined because I do not mean the nuclear family. This is a ghastly modern trend. My own family, I'm afraid to say, is a nuclear family. Me, my wife, and 3 children who are now adults. No, the historical strong version of a family is the extended family, as is or was the case in Bharat, where you have not only this nuclear family, but you have grandparents living together. You have maybe one chacha or Thai, with they're married, and these families live together, and you will see that immediately you've got the building block of a small community because um, you are ameliorating the isolation that people suffer otherwise if they. And I know this is blighting life in the big urban centers, the metropolises of India. So what are when you threaten the family in this way, you are threatening communities, and there are harms that I want to identify to the family, which are threefold. One is the modern method of marriage, which so-called love marriages are. You might say, why am I talking about this? Well, the problem with love marriages is that there is a high risk of these terrible social complications such as childlessness and divorce, because our historical systems of marriage are that marriage should be a merger of 2 families, because when 2 families come together, you are protecting the daughter and the children of that family, and immediately you've got a building block of a community, but however, which sustains in the long term. And if you want to sustain a village, you need to conserve these traditional methods. And please listen to me about these things, because living here in the West, you are seeing how so-called communities who think of themselves as sophisticated are totally blighted by these secular harms. Another one of which is the toxic form of feminism. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm the father of 3 daughters who are highly educated. You must educate girls, but what you must not allow them to um, become is dictatorial wage earners who dominate families and forget the primary role of um, having children and bringing up children. You educate women so that they bring up wonderful children. And this applies to all communities, our Vanvasi communities, as much as anything else. You need to protect these communities, these village communities we're talking about, from thinking that these modern trends are good. Most importantly, if anything, they're the actual opposite, that they lead to fragmentation of society. So, and then one last one, which I won't talk about, which is another plea about how society in the West is degrading, are the really modern recent trends of things such as transgenderism, wokeism, um, LGBTQ. You need to shield these precious Vanvasi communities from this sort of nonsense that, the idea of fluidity of gender, all of this is dangerous, dangerous, dangerous influences. So which leads me now to the threat to dharma. Dharma means duty, and the village communities have a duty to sustain and maintain their lifestyle. We mustn't threaten them, but we equally need to, I think, start ensuring that the sort of problems I've described So the problems of secularism have one solution, which is that our morals, our ethics must be protected and dharma must be protected. And so I know India has a recent colonial history, post-colonial history of secularization, but I think it has done tremendous harm. And in conclusion, I don't know how long I've got left. What I would like to say is that if you want to protect life in these communities, you need to prevent these threats that I've mentioned. How you do it is through a radical revision of educational systems and content. So with systems, you need to take education to the villages. In 200, 250 years ago, you had gurukuls in these in every village, and this is something that needs to be resurrected. But because you want to prevent migration to cities, you have to take education there, and you have to, the idea of a single teacher school or gurukul where you teach the children where they're based in not only traditional languages like Hindi and Sanskrit, but you obviously combine that with modern scientific and technology. But that is the future that you must resurrect those particular systems of education. And then the other one essentially is the content. Education must, as I've said before, I dream of in 10 to 20 years the national language of India being Sanskrit and not.
All right, Dr. Vidhu, ऐसा करते हैं. We want to hear two Sanskrit shlokas or whatever you chant in the morning time.
Yeah. So
two mantras.
yeah. Okay. So the one that I chanted already was Om Vishwani Deva Savita Duritani Parasuva Yad Badram Tanaya Suvar. It's a beautiful mantra. It captures the very essence of what dharma is, because Vishwan Deva Savita, we are praying to God who is Deva, and Savita, the creator, that Duritani Parasuvar, all our vices, our Duritanis are got rid of. Parasuvar is to get rid of our vices such as jealousy, anger, lust, etc. And instead, we Duritani Parasu Yad Badram Tannayasuva, that I incorporate virtues. Badram is virtues, so that I become a better human being. So the very essence of dharma for all of us, you, me, everyone, is the duty to become a better human being. And to become a better human being in terms of being more humble, kind, generous, loving, respectful, this mantra captures it. Get rid of my vices, and So is that is that enough, or do you want me to do another mantra?
Okay, we have one question from Principal Poonam Mehta. She is principal of one college in Upper Shimla. Earlier, she worked in this college from where we are conducting this workshop. So, Poonam Madam want to ask one question.
Of course.
Hello, sir.
Namaste.
नमस्कार सर, कैसे हैं आप? I hope you understand Hindi also.
हाँ, हिंदी थोड़ी बहुत ही समझता हूँ, लेकिन अनपढ़ हूँ मैं. For someone like me who's got degrees such as MBCHB, I can't read Devanagari script.
Sir, first of all, I would like to congratulate you. It was a wonderful presentation and a very practical exposition. But at the same time, I have a query, sir. Sir, you made a remark that women should not be allowed to become dictatorial. Sir, shall men be allowed to become dictatorial? Because in India, sir, we are still fighting with domestic violence. If you see the data, the women are really the exploited ones, especially in rural areas. So I just want to see what is your take on that, sir.
No, I don't want to by any means. I knew this was going to be a concern because I don't want to for a second suggest that the masculine condition is very healthy but not the feminine one. Quite, it's a slow deterioration of both. But I will answer your question by talking about my three daughters, right? They're aged 28, 30, and 32. My oldest daughter is a doctor. My middle daughter went to Oxford University, and my youngest daughter is a highly paid actuary who earns 1 crore a year, which is, but they are all single still. They haven't got married. And what use is life in 20 years time if you don't have children and you just have money and you just have a career? So I don't think that there is any way a woman that is educated can be bullied and oppressed. Someone like you, when you ask me a question like this, immediately I acquire respect for you as someone who is superior to me, because you do the most wonderful thing of all, that you combine being greatly knowledgeable and having a career. But what is extremely important is if we neglect the bringing up of our children, and only a mother can do that well. And my own mother raised me to be what I am. She was educated, but and it doesn't stop women from having political power within any social circle, but they don't have to be high wage earners to do that.
Made me speechless. The answer was very, satisfying. Yeah, it was very satisfying, sir, because I think to be a mother is a role that God has blessed us with, and it's a blessing, sir. And
Yes.
I fully agree with you that we have to be in the competitive world. We have to be, at our toes, and we have to be, side by side with the men counterpart. But at the same time, sir, we cannot ignore our role, the natural role with which the God has blessed us. I fully agree with you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for any more questions.
1 second, sir. We have one more question. So you will ask in a few seconds, and for you it will be 10-15 seconds to answer. Quickly.
Okay. All right.
नमस्ते सर.
Namaste ji.
सर मैं सोशल वेलफेयर ऑफिसर हूँ एंड वर्किंग इन हिमाचल ओनली. आपने जितने कंसर्न अभी उठाए उसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज था, एक तो डेमोग्राफिक ट्रांजिशन, सेकंड वाज फर्टिलिटी रेट इज अगेन इंक्रीजिंग, एंड थर्ड वन वाज सर आपने कहा था कि जो लव मैरिजेस है वहां पर डाइवोर्सेस और चाइल्डलेस जो है ज्यादा हो रहा है.
जी.
व्हाट इज योर टेक ऑन ऑल दीस थिंग्स सर, एंड प्लीज हम लोगों के लिए बताएं कि जो लो फर्टिलिटी रेट है इसमें पोस्ट कोविड जो है क्या चीजें देखने में आई है आफ्टर हैविंग वैक्सीनेशन. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
क्वेश्चन था क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन था? मुझे समझ नहीं पड़ी क्वेश्चन क्या था एग्जैक्टली. थोड़ी सी आपकी आवाज कट गई थी.
कि आपने कहा था कि हम जो हमारे उनकी जगह पर हम तो हमारे 3 होना चाहिए. The second hand we have decreased fertility rate also, sir. I want to tell you, sir, in 1915 it was in India it was 6.29%, which has now decreased to 1.29% by 2050. Second one
Yeah,
was,
so
sorry sir, second one was that you told us कि love marriages are equal to childlessness and divorces.
yes.
Third one was कि हम लोग पोस्ट कोविड में जो मेरा एक कंसर्न था कि पोस्ट कोविड जो वैक्सीनेशन हुआ है क्या वो इसमें रोल प्ले कर रहा है?
हाँ हाँ हाँ, नहीं ये अच्छा अभी समझ पड़ गई वैक्सीनेशन का। हाँ ये जो अभी ये तो साइंटिफिकली प्रूव नहीं हुआ, लेकिन बहुत अच्छी बात आपने की है कि हमारे साइंटिस्ट भी बिल्कुल उनको भगवान नहीं मानना चाहिए। हम डॉक्टरों को भी ऐसे भगवान नहीं मानना चाहिए कि ये जो वैक्सीनेशन के इसके खतरे हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये जो असुरिक हमारी वेस्ट में असुरिक जो bodies of people are, you know, big companies and medical companies and big pharma, you just don't know what sort of um, evil they are planning. So I think it is entirely possible. I agree with you, sir, that vaccination could be dangerous. There have been experiments done on tribal communities, I know, where they were testing out a vaccine allegedly to see if it worked, but they were actually trying to sterilize people in these rural communities. So I think you ask a brilliant question. You cannot just trust scientists to think that we are good. This needs to be, and that is why I think it's wonderful that Prime Minister Modi is not agreeing to the Americans' demands for opening of trade they want, because they want to bring in these foreign threats such as GM modified foods and allopathic medicines, which are harmful, which are not good, they're harmful. So the bottom line is to protect our traditional systems and our, as Professor Molly Abraham was describing, the knowledge that these communities have is to conserve it. You know, Dharti Mata ki jai.
You take that a child as nest, and that is exactly going back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Vitu. We will be in touch with you. And जब वो आएंगे तो principal of the college is inviting you to Himalayas, Kinnaur. Kinnaur.
I would love to attend. You know, as you know, when I talk about communities, my biggest responsibility at the moment is that I look after my elderly mother who has dementia, so I need to be with her, but I will definitely try and attend. Thank you.
That's very nice.
May I now invite our next special guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Poona Mehta, former principal of our college, as well as currently she is serving at Government College, Saraswati Nagar, for her remarks on this international conference, as well as presentation of our topic, Human Well-being, Modern versus Ancient Dynamics of Lifestyles. Dr. Poona Mehta ji, you are kindly invited on stage.
Thank you, sir. Respected Principal of Akusai Negi Government College, Reckong, Dr. Uttam Chandji, Dr. Ritesh Chauhan, one of the most inspirational figures I know of, all the delegates that are connected with us online as well as offline, all the teaching members and the non-teaching members of T.S. Negi Government Degree College, Reckong, and dear research scholars and dear students. A very good afternoon to all of you. And I would like to congratulate all the organizers of this conference for giving me an opportunity to speak here, to be here, and to organize such a wonderful event. Now, without wasting any more time, I'll start with my topic, and it's human well-being, modern versus ancient dynamics of lifestyle. So since I come from philosophy, which I think is a very rich subject and a very deep one, so my discussions will be philosophical in nature. So Socrates, the father of philosophy, he said, "An unexamined life is not worth living." So I want everyone here to examine as to what our lifestyle has become and what are our goals. See, my perspective is that we are living in a fool's paradise because what is important to us today is external achievements. See, material gains, wealth, fame, my image matters to me most. And for my image, I can do anything. And I want money, I want physical comforts, I want material comforts, and pleasure above all. That's what I crave for. And somewhere, the inward value system has been eroded. So I think that when we define a human being, me and you, what comes to my mind is that we are a blend of physical, mental, cognitive, and spiritual dimensions. Now, physical, when I say physical, let's just see what kind of physical human beings have we become. We are sitting most of the time at the desk and not getting up because now they say 10,000 steps a day must be done. But what was the need to say that? Why there was a need to say that? Because we have reduced physical activity. Now, what has happened is that the activity has reduced sedentary lifestyle and therefore so many diseases obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and what not. And this body was made to work intensely, you know. And I, since I'm from Punjab, but now I am a Himachali. Uh, Basically, I am from Punjab, and there a proverb goes. In Punjabi, I'll say that चलदा फिरदा लोया बैठ गया था गोया लेट गया था मोया. Now if I translate it, it goes like this, that if we are working intensely physically, then we are like iron, and if we sit and sit the whole day, then we are like cow dung, and if we lie all the day, then we are like, we are no better than a dead man. So that's how, physical body was made to work, laboriously. So what has happened now? So many diseases and sickness. The second component, I said, the mental one, the mind, the emotions. When there is no physical activity, it very adversely affects the mood. The mood becomes very bad, right? And there is cutthroat competition in today's world. And I already told you that for fame, for material gains, we are ready to do anything. So we are running in a rat race, participating in a rat race. Our kids going for NEET and so many other competitions. So somewhere the depression, anxiety, fear, these things have increased a lot. And then there are so many psychologists, psychiatrists we have to go to, and then we are taking antidepressants. Is this the lifestyle we are ready to live? I mean, it's only, I think, once that we live. We are blessed only with one lifetime. There may be rebirth, then that is a different, discussion altogether. But in this life, we don't want to spoil. And do we want our dependency on antidepressants? That I think is not right. Now, what we need at the end of the day, suppose I went through a rough patch. So at the end of the day, what I need just, kind words from someone. I need, reassuring words. That will suffice, Jagti Japti you must have heard, and all is well, all is well. If somebody says that, maybe my morale will boost and I will be good, but that is, nowhere to be seen these days. Then that is the next, I said cognitive. We are cognitive beings as well, cognitive associated with brain. Now, when there is no physical activity, there is no blood flow to the brain, mental alertness reduces. That is a fact, that is a scientific fact. Sir, the previous speaker was talking about dementia, the mother suffering from dementia. So what happens is when we are not using our brain, there is no mental alertness, these things will happen. Dementia and Alzheimer's, these things will happen. Now what happens is I don't need to remember any maths, वो जो गलियां हम याद रखते थे, वो अब हम याद ही नहीं रखते बिकॉज देयर इज जीपीएस। अब हम मैथमेटिकल कुछ भी नहीं इक्वेशन सॉल्व करते क्योंकि कैलकुलेटर्स हैं। सो मेनी थिंग्स यू सी, पहले फोन नंबर्स याद होते थे, अब तो अपनी फैमिली के फोन नंबर्स भी याद नहीं होते हैं। तो कॉग्निटिव जो हमारी एक्टिविटी है दैट हैज डिक्रीज्ड अ लॉट। और अगर मैं बात करूं मॉरल डिक्लाइन की, तो उसमें तो जो आज हम कह रहे हैं कि क्लाइमेट चेंज इतना हो गया है, क्लाउड बर्स्ट हो रहे हैं जो पहले कभी भी देखे नहीं थे। तो आई थिंक that is a consequence of the greed that we have harbored in our hearts. क्योंकि मुझे material gains चाहिए, मुझे possessions चाहिए, तो I have become so greedy कि मैं मदर अर्थ को भी नहीं छोड़ रही। द नेचर जो हम कहते हैं वाई इज शी अ मदर, क्योंकि हम सरवाइव कर रहे हैं ना थ्रू मदर। तो ये मैं थोड़ा सा आपको अब वेद और उपनिषद की तरफ ले जा रही हूँ, क्योंकि ये चारों एलिमेंट्स जब इन ट्यून होंगे, इनकी ट्यूनिंग करनी पड़ेगी। दे आर इन ट्यून, तभी हमारा लाइफस्टाइल ठीक होगा और हम एक प्रोग्रेसिव सोसाइटी बनेंगे। और वो जो मैं बात कर रही हूँ वो एंशियंट विजडम में ही जाकर के हमें, मुझे लगता है वो पर्दे खुलेंगी, वो रहस्य खुलेंगे कि हमारा लाइफस्टाइल कैसा होना चाहिए। उपनिषद में उपनिषद में कोशास की बात की गई है, दैट इज अन्नमय, प्राणमय, मनोमय, विज्ञानमय एंड आनंदमय कोश। तो इसमें सबसे जो लोएस्ट कोश है दैट इज अन्नमय। अन्नमय इज अनाज से जो बना है, सी द बॉडी, ये फिजिकल बॉडी जो हमारी है, हम अनाज खाते हैं और ये बॉडी हमारी है। दिस इज द आउटर लेयर। जैसे एक अनियन होता है, अनियन की लेयर्स होती है ना, लेयर बाय लेयर वी अंडरस्टैंड ह्यूमन बीइंग। So the first layer which is visible is the annamaya one, जो अनाज से बनती है। Then second is the pranamaya kosh, the vital breath जो हमारे अंदर है। And the third one is manomaya kosh, mind, emotions। ठीक है, तो फिजिकल और मेंटल की हमने बात की, वो हमारे वेदों ने यहाँ समझा दिया। आउटर लेयर अन्नमय है, उसके अंदर प्राण और मनोमय है, माइंड एंड इमोशंस। और इसके ऊपर आता है विज्ञान में कोश, कॉग्निशन, अभी जिस रीजन की हम बात कर रहे थे, रैशनैलिटी की बात कर रहे थे। और लास्ट में है आनंदमय कोश। वो आनंदमय कोश, आई एम सॉरी टू से, कहीं भी एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर रहा आज की एज में, क्योंकि हम फिजिकल और मनोमय पे ही रह गए हैं। Whereas in Vedas, the paramount importance was given to Anandamay Kosh. Anandamay Kosh is where I withdraw my senses inwards. मैं बाहर से अंदर को देखती हूँ। All the senses, you know, they are so structured कि हम बाहर देखते हैं, आंखें बाहर देखती हैं, कान बाहर का सुनते हैं, जो टंग है बाहर का टेस्ट करती है, all the senses। लेकिन इनवर्ड तो हम कभी देखते ही नहीं है। और हमारी जो रियल ट्रू ह्यूमन नेचर है वो ये है कि वी शुड बी ट्रेन्ड टू सी इनवर्ड। इनवर्ड जर्नी इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट। तो आज की एज में क्या हो गया, आनंदमय कोश नहीं है, जहां इनवर्ड जाकर मैं अपना रियल सेल्फ, हु एम आई नीड टू सेल्फ इंक्वायर, और वहां मुझे पता चलेगा दिस मटेरियल गेन्स जो डिस्ट्रक्टिबल है ना, वो इंपॉर्टेंट हो ही नहीं सकता। फिजिकल बॉडी इज डिस्ट्रक्टिबल, माइंड इज डिस्ट्रक्टिबल, even brain is destructible. On our death, these all things will become ashes. जो रह जाता वो ये है कि जैसे बाकी स्कूल्स हैं, अब उतना टाइम नहीं है कि मैं सारे स्कूल्स के बारे में यहाँ चर्चा करूं, लेकिन ज्यादातर स्कूल्स ये कहते हैं कि जो हमारी कॉन्शियसनेस है ना, जो अगले बर्थ में अगर कुछ जाता है तो हमारी जो हम एक घड़े में अपने संस्कार भर के ले जाते हैं, हम अपनी चेतना, वो घड़ा क्या है, चेतना, तो चेतना में हम क्या भर के ले जाते हैं वही ट्रेवल करता है, अदर थिंग्स डू नॉट ट्रेवल विद अस। तो वो आनंदमय कोश है जहां आप रियलाइज करें आई एम वन विद आत्मा, वहां पर। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे ऐसा लगता है जब हम भगवान की बात करते हैं, भगवान इस भ से भूमि, ग से गगन, व से वायु, आ से अग्नि और न से नीर। तो ये पंच तत्वों की बात जब वेद उपनिषद में की गई तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये पांचों तत्व जो है वो हमारे सर्वाइवल के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है एंड दिस शुड बी वर्शिप्ड, ये पूजनीय होने चाहिए। पर आज इन पांचों तत्वों का हमने क्या हाल बना दिया, जो हम द एयर वी ब्रीथ, जो हम कहते हैं कि वायु है, वो तो हमने उस लाइफ ही नहीं रखी कि हम उसको ब्रीथ इन कर सके। हमारा जो भूमि है, गगन है, नीर है, पानी, ये तो सब कुछ तो पोल्यूट हो चुका है। तो वेद उपनिषद की जो विजडम है वो कहती है कि आपको वापस देखना है, अपने आप को इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करना है, जो डिस्ट्रक्टिबल है, जो विनाशीय है, उसको आपने महत्व नहीं देना है। जो इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल है, योर लाइफस्टाइल शुड बी सच कि आप इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल की तरफ ध्यान दें। तो उसमें आई वांटेड टू टॉक अबाउट प्लेटो आल्सो हियर, लेकिन प्लेटो आई विल स्किप क्योंकि मुझे लगता है मेरे पास उतना टाइम विल नॉट बी अलाउड। आई विल गो स्ट्रेट टू अनदर थ्री जो मुझे लगता है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है यहाँ पे डिस्कस करना, सत्यम, शिवम एंड सुंदरम। ये तो मूवी भी आई थी और सबको पता है, एंड दीज आर द थ्री अल्टीमेट वैल्यूज जो इंडियन फिलोसफी में मानी गई है, सत्यम, शिवम एंड सुंदरम। अब सत्यम, शिवम, सुंदरम को हम इंटरप्रेट कैसे करें, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सत्यम क्या है? सत्यम इज ट्रूथ। इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे सत्य क्या है? मेरी पर्सनालिटी फेक नहीं होनी चाहिए, वो ड्यूअल नहीं होनी चाहिए। तो मैं कैसे इंश्योर करूं दैट आई एम नॉट अ फेक पर्सनालिटी? तो मुझे लगता है सत्य वो है, whatever you are thinking in your mind, you are not ashamed to speak that. जो आप सोच रहे हैं वही आप बोले, और जो आप बोल रहे हैं वही आप करें। Whatever you are saying, suppose I make a promise that I'll do this, और फिर मैं लास्ट आवर पे उससे I just turn back, वो ठीक नहीं है। तो whatever I think, I say that. Whatever I say, I do that. The coherence in thoughts, words, and actions is very important. और इसके अलावा अगर हम इटर्नल ट्रूथ की बात करेंगे, तो मैंने इंडिविजुअल बोला कि आप में ट्रूथ किस तरह से आप इनको ऑपरेट कर सकते हैं सत्य, बट व्हेन वी स्पीक ऑफ इटर्नल ट्रूथ, तो इटर्नल ट्रूथ तो यही है कि वी रियलाइज दैट द अल्टीमेट रियलिटी इज इनडिस्ट्रक्टिबल। तो जो भी हमें डिस्ट्रक्टिबल है उसको हम इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं देंगे, हम उस तरफ जाएंगे जो इनडिस्ट्रक्टिबल है। दैट इज व्हाई योग कम्स इन हियर। यम, नियम, आसन, प्राणायाम, प्रत्याहार, धारणा, ध्यान, समाधि। समाधि सबसे ऊपर, यम, नियम, आसन, प्राणायाम वगैरह तो उसकी तैयारी है केवल। तो साधना में जब हम आत्मा और परम आत्मा की बात करते हैं, जहां वो एक हो जाते हैं, दैट इज रियलाइजिंग द अल्टीमेट ट्रूथ। तो अभी हम यहाँ से भटकेंगे नहीं, we will speak on Shivam, the second value. Shivam is basically, Shiv is associated with goodness. जब हम शिवम, यहाँ सत्यम, शिवम, सुंदरम की बात करते हैं, तो गुडनेस, भला, शुभ। तो गुडनेस क्या है? अगर इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे मैं बात करूं गुडनेस की, तो गुडनेस ये है कि मैं सबका भला करूं, मैं सबका अच्छा करूं, डू unto others as you want others to do unto you. आप दूसरों के साथ वैसा ही करें जैसा आप चाहते हैं कि आपके साथ हो। अब मैं कहूँ मेरा चोरी करना तो ठीक है जनाब, पर आप चोरी नहीं कर सकते मेरे यहाँ से, तो वो तो गलत हो जाएगा। तो भले का क्राइटेरिया क्या है, मापदंड यही है दैट जो आप दूसरों के साथ व्यवहार करना, वही व्यवहार करें जो आप चाहते हैं कि आपके साथ व्यवहार हो। तो ये इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे शिवम है। और अगर हम शिवम की बात करें इटर्नल लेवल पे, तो शिवम वही है कि सर्वभूते हित, कि सब एलिमेंट्स का हित करें आप, वही भगवान। भूमि, गगन, वायु, अग्नि, नील, सभी जो स्पीशीज है हमसे लोअर है, इवन यू नो इनएनिमेट ऑब्जेक्ट्स में भी लाइफ मानी जाती है वेद उपनिषद में। जो पत्थर है, अब हमने यहाँ पहाड़ों के बुरे कर दिया उनको तोड़ फोड़ करके, लेकिन इनमें भी लाइफ मानी गई है हमारे भारतीय संस्कृति में, भारतीय दर्शन में। तो इनको नुकसान पहुंचाने का हक हमें नहीं है। तो हमने भूमि, गगन, वायु, अग्नि, नील, इनका भी हित करना है, वो शिवम है, वो अच्छा है, वो भलाई है। और हमें उसके बाद जो एक थर्ड वैल्यू है सुंदरम, तो सुंदरम में जो इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे, जैसे मैं दोनों लेवल्स पे आपको बता रही हूँ, इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे क्या है सुंदरम, दैट इज इंटरनल ब्यूटी, एक्सटर्नल कहीं से नहीं। अगर आप आंतरिक रूप से सुंदर है ना, वो अपने आप आपके फेस पे आ जाए, वो अपने आप छलकेगा आपके व्यक्तित्व से। अब आपसे पॉजिटिव वाइब्स आएंगे, जब आप बात करेंगे, किसी से खड़े होंगे, व्यवहार करेंगे, तो वो अपने आप पॉजिटिव ही होगा, दूसरे को पॉजिटिव वाइब्स आएंगे। तो दैट इज बीइंग सुंदर, व्हाट आई थिंक इज मेंट बाय दैट। तो सुंदरम वही है कि आप सबका भला करें, आप में दया हो, क्षमा हो, कंपैशन हो, ये वर्च्यूज आप में होने चाहिए। और अगर हम इटर्नल लेवल की बात करें तो वही है, जो फॉरेस्ट है वो लश ग्रीन होने चाहिए, पानी के जो रिसोर्सेस है उसमें कहीं भी गंदगी नहीं होनी चाहिए. दिस इज आवर ड्यूटी टुवर्ड्स मदर नेचर. ये सुंदरता हमें मेंटेन करनी पड़ेगी. जिस सुंदरता में हमने आंखें खोली थी, आगे आने वाली जनरेशन को क्या करेंगे? वो पैदा ही कैटास्ट्रॉफ में होने वाले हैं. तो सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, ये मुझे लगता है 3 ऐसी वैल्यूज हैं, अगर ये हम अपने अंदर एब्जॉर्ब कर लेंगे, इनकॉर्पोरेट कर लेंगे, तो सब कुछ ठीक होने वाला है. इवन अवर पर्सनालिटी, द वर्ल्ड अराउंड अस, और सब कुछ मुझे लगता है सही ट्रैक पर आ जाएगा. और सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम में एक इक्वेशन भी बनती है. सत्यम इज इक्वल टू शिवम, शिवम इज इक्वल टू सुंदरम. तीनों इक्वल्स टू है, इंटरचेंजेबल है. जो सच्चा है वो अच्छा है, जो अच्छा है वो सुंदर है. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि आप कहें मैं अच्छी तो हूं पर मैं सच्ची नहीं हूं, मैं आंतरिक रूप से सुंदर तो हूं पर मैं सच्ची नहीं हूं और मैं अच्छी नहीं हूं. ये नहीं हो सकता. These three go together. जो सच्चा है वो अच्छा है, जो अच्छा है वो सुंदर है. और थोड़ा सा मैं यहाँ पर धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष 4 पुरुषार्थ की बात भी करना चाहूंगी. आपको पता होगा ये पुरुषार्थ तो सबने पढ़े होंगे. तो धर्म जो हमारे आश्रम थे वो थे ब्रह्मचर्य, गृहस्थ, वानप्रस्थ और संन्यास. तो जो ब्रह्मचर्य है उसमें हम धर्म को जानते हैं, क्योंकि वी हैव टू फोकस, तो हमारी इंद्रियां वश में रखनी पड़ती हैं, ब्रह्मचर्य का पालन करना पड़ता है. और वी हैव टू ट्रेन आवरसेल्व्स ताकि हम जो है आगे गृहस्थ आश्रम में प्रवेश करने के काबिल बन सके. तो पहला धर्म हुआ, दूसरा ये 25 साल का है. उसके बाद अर्थ और काम, ये 2 वैल्यूज है, इनको जोड़ करके 25 साल ही मिले हैं. वैल्यूज 2 है, अर्थ इज मनी, जो मटेरियल गेन्स, जो आज इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया, उतना भी इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं था, वो सिर्फ गृहस्थ आश्रम चलाने के लिए जरूरी था. आपने 25 साल धर्म सीख लिया, अब आप पैसा भी कमाएं और काम, प्लेजर्स, फिजिकल मेंटल प्लेजर्स, वो भी आप एंजॉय करें, बट फॉर ओनली फॉर 25 ईयर्स, 25 साल के लिए. उसके बाद यू मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट स्टेप, दैट इज मोक्ष. मोक्ष को 50 साल में, जिसकी हम बात ही नहीं करते, 50 years टू मोक्ष. और उसमें वानप्रस्थ और संन्यास 2 आश्रम. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि धर्म और मोक्ष ये नदी के 2 तट हैं. अगर हम इस तरह से परसीव करें, एक तट धर्म है, दूसरा तट मोक्ष है, और बीच में नदी बह रही है जिसमें धर्म और ये अर्थ और काम है. अगर तो तटों के बीच में रहेगी तो अर्थ और काम बहुत बढ़िया है. अगर तट तोड़ दिए तो फिर विनाश, फिर वो नदी का विकराल रूप है. आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड कि धर्म और मोक्ष सुप्रीम वैल्यूज रहेंगी जो अर्थ और काम को रेगुलेट करें. ये नदी के तट 2 होने ही चाहिए. तो इसके अलावा बहुत कुछ है मेरे दिमाग में, बट आई डोंट नो हाउ मच टाइम डू आई हैव. थोड़ा सा मुझे बुद्धिज्म वगैरह में भी बहुत इंटरेस्ट है, और बुद्धिज्म की बस एक चीज मैं बोल करके उसको फिर मैं वाइंड अप करती हूँ, कि उनका जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात जो मुझे लगा पर्सनली, तो वो कहते हैं कि जब भी आप कोई एक्ट करो या कुछ भी आप काम करो जिंदगी में, तो एक चीज का ध्यान रखो कि मेरा अंत क्या होने वाला है. वो कहते हैं कि यू शुड विजिट क्रिमेटोरियम्स वेरी ऑफन. शमशान घाट में जाओ, किसी का वहां पर दाह संस्कार हो रहा हो उसको देखो, जरूरी है ये. और वहां जाकर के देखो कि मेरा भी अंत यही है. तो जो आपका बोलने का तरीका, सोचने का तरीका है और काम करने का तरीका है, बहुत अच्छा. क्योंकि हम यहाँ पर सिर्फ जो है ट्रेवलर्स हैं, हमने यहाँ से एग्जिट होना है, तो हमें उस हिसाब से जीना होगा. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो संपत्ति किसके पास कितनी है वो महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, संतोष और समझ कितनी है किसके पास वो महत्वपूर्ण है. तो हमें काम करना है संतोष पे, समझ पे. संपत्ति जरूरी है उतनी जितनी जीवन यापन के लिए आवश्यक है. बोलना बहुत कुछ चाहती थी, बट आई वाइंड अप विद दिस. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, Dr. Purna Mehta, ma'am. The lecture was really various, highly knowledgeable, informative. You delved deep into your topic. और आपकी गरिमामय उपस्थिति से हमारी ये 3 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी मजबूती से आगे बढ़ रही है. हम बड़े आभारी हैं आपके कि आपने अपना व्यस्त कार्यक्रम में से वक्त निकाल करके आज दूसरे दिन इस सम्मेलन की शोभा बढ़ाई है। धन्यवाद मैम। Now we are going to begin with the technical session 1 of day 2. But before that, let me introduce our chairperson of the technical session 1 is Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Associate Professor of History. He has joined us online from Central University, Himachal Pradesh, district Andhra. And our co-chairperson is Professor Balam Negi, Department of History, Hindi, College Economy. और हमारे रिपोर्टर्स हैं प्रोफेसर आंचला और विजय संस्पाल सर, ये सुबह से ही प्रोसीडिंग्स को कवर कर रहे हैं। May I now invite the first speaker, participant of this conference, Mr. Amit Sharma, Assistant Professor of Education, Government College Hamirpur, to deliberate upon his topic, Transforming Education, Youth Involvement and Mobile Learning Platform.
अमित शर्मा
I
नहीं,
think Professor Amit Sharma is not in line. So let me invite the next speaker, Naveen Sharma, resident school history, Deshbhakt University, Mandi Govindgarh, Punjab, India. His topic is Evolution 2.0, balancing innovation and ethics in artificial intelligence.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Sharma,
Good morning,
if
sir.
you could please hear me.
Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir.
Yes, please start your deliberations, sir.
Right, sir. Sir, I am not allowed for sharing my presentation, sir. Sir, kindly allow me to share my presentation, sir.
Yes, sir. Please carry on.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Thank you. But you have 5 to 7 minutes. So kindly try to limit your topic within stipulated time. Thank you, sir.
Sir, my presentation is visible to all, sir. Shall I start, sir?
Yes, you may start.
Good morning, respected chairpersons, faculty members, judges, and all my colleagues. Today, I am going to give my today's my topic is Evolution 2.0, balancing innovation and ethics in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, as we all are knowing, it is a very powerful technology and disruptive in nature. It has a potential to unreveal evolution 2.0. As we know, natural evolution that play in nature is a very slow process and based on a principle of survival of the fittest. On contrary, AI-driven evolution, which may occur in the future, which is at an unprecedented pace, it holds the potential to make humanity equally fit for the survival, but also designed to keep human interests governed by strong ethical framework. Since inception of AI delivered significant benefits across the fields, including medicine, defense, planning, everything, every field in a present time, we have seen the dent of AI. However, AI has also possessing some threats. Threat that means they can in future machine can control us. This is a fact which all scholars and all scholars engines they are pointing. The concern that includes algorithm bias, fairness, transparency, data privacy, data protection. All these are buzzwords as we are uh, as the AI technology is progressing. Artificial intelligence, it starts from at the word artificial intelligence is coined by John McCarthy in 1956. However, the first its evolution start from Alan Turing's 1950s, who is known as the father of science, who published his paper Computing Machinery and Intelligence, the captcha that we are seeing nowadays. Only this was started by this was invented by Alan Turing, and Alan Turing is famous for his decoding of deciphering of a machine Enigma in Second World War, which changed the direction of the outcome of World War II. So, and John McCarthy coined this word artificial intelligence. And slowly and steadily, other developments like in 80s neural networks that the technology developed in a such a way that it work similar as a human brain is working. And recently now we have large data banks, so large language models which are giving large language models which are giving the recent we are seeing in outputs in yeah, make it very popular due to DeepSeek, Chat GPT, Grok. These all are running over large language models. Uh, and second thing is in on Earth, life is emerged approximately 3.5 billion years ago, and our evolution worked very slowly. And present human, uh, that is Homo sapiens, took a shape in a present shape just 6 lakhs years ago. So it is a very slow process and it is a ruthless process. The person or the species which is not fit, and it is not fit, is not chosen and discarded by the nature. So AI become, if reality, as most of the scholars they are pointing out, it's not a exact AI that we are by matching its definition. If AI become a reality as per definition, as per uh, as per start giving human uh, like output, is in the true sense it could do exponential progress to humanity. A phenomenon term I termed it as a evolution 2.0. The reverse can also happen if not guided by the strong ethical and human-centric approach. Because, like many popular cultures such as Rogue Skynet and seeing some movies or some serials or some literature, we are saying machines are governing the world. That is pointed out by many scholars and other issues like violation, algorithm, legacy language, black box problem. These are the recent phenomena that we are experiencing while using AI. Even Joshua Bengio, who was a leading developer, a leading scientist of AI, recommends humanitarian defense organization for the mitigation of potential misuse of evolving technology, especially AI. AI, the present AI is has a three mainly core pillars, which make it little different from the existing technology. First, machine learning and adopting algorithm. In previous softwares, we are using static instructions, but nowadays it's but adaptation method they are using it, and the simple static instructions are not used in algorithm. In deep learning, it is a subset of machine learning, inspired the human brain neural network, as I explained earlier. Scalable data and processing and synthesis. AI can handle large data and synthesis by identifying patterns and information, uncover insights which are not visible to human brains. And third is genetic capability of and autonomous. Large language models that we are seeing using just like ChatGPT, Grok, or DeepSeek. These are the language models, and they can classify, they can create a document and new content and another informations. This and next thing is coming that generative AI. Generative AI. Some people are thinking this can generate a new patterns, trend, summarize, uh, but actually it is making a mixing of old patterns by taking reference from data sets. In fact, on if we think it can AI bring evolution, yes, I think it can, but not in present time. In future, in coming days, hypothetically, impact of AI human evolution, uh, in chemical health risk journal, some negative health issues have been pointed out, but it is there because it is, if we see it as a simple technology, then it has a simple health issue. But as per Yuan Hari, in his book Homo Deus, which means equivalent to God, evolution of AI can bring a supernatural power, just like a very good health by changing in genetic structure of a human, and uh, making a robots which can make our task easy, will give a very good results, and making our evolution much more faster as we are experiencing in the past. Effect on health and pharmacy. We are seeing just like cancer detection, robot surgery, medical imagery analysis makes AI very simple and within very short give a result in very shortest time. Uh, in some cases, in some journals and articles, symbiotic relation between AI and genetics are recommended by many scholars. In environment, AI can generate several models which can optimize our energy requirement, sustain projects, alternative technology, and biodiversity conservation. By this means, AI can impact our environment. New innovation, technology, and research. It is basically changing our innovation methods and modeling and research techniques by hypothesizing the things in a very positive way. Robotics. Robotics is a human replica of machine. So if AI in coming days make a cognitive capability like human being, so robots can help us, robots our day-to-day life, and it's just a new dawn will be created in the on the earth. Ethical imperative and negative edges. AI. Uh, no doubt, AI is a great invention of the time and is going to become a phenomenon in next coming decades. But it has some uh, faults. The major problem lies is with its ethical use. If it's not used in ethical way, the new colonization, uh, I call it as a machine colonization, may happen. Algorithm and some problems that we are seeing is algorithm bias and continuation of the equality. As AI runs on data bank, people who have less representation on public domain or digital world, just like our tribal community, just like women, they have very least representation in database. So AI may generate some biases in the output or result of undesired results. Algorithm by some scientists, some engineer may deliberately may bias in algorithm because of the culture, because of some other biases, may give biases in the society which can be traveled in a long time and a long duration. Autonomy and consent and erosion of privacy. This is also a problem uh, because privacy is a basic backbone of a social life. Privacy is not protected, and AI is neutral. No doubt, it is neutral, but if uh, deliberately, unknowingly, may,
Hello.
you know,
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Professor Naveen Sharma, kindly conclude.
right.
We have other presenters waiting.
this is a new technology and a new dawn to human evolution. But it's a peril, just like machine may control a human, this machine may control a human. For this, we have to use it in an ethical way. And uncontrolled, unregulated AI can may other uncontrolled, unregulated AI may form a new form of slave. Therefore, ensuring AI empowers humanity does not create a form of digital colonization. Our collective future depends on ensuring technologies remain friendly to human and abides by human value at large. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for providing new perspectives. Next, I invite Dr. Bharti Bhagsen, Assistant Professor of Music, Government Arya Day College, Nupur, and her research paper title is Cultural Rhythms and Social Bonds, Tribal Music as a Path to Sustainable Prosperity. Invite Dr. Bharti Bhagsen to present her scholarly discourse.
नहीं है शायद भारती इज नॉट इन तो भारती बोल रहा है
Dr. Bharti Bhagsen. Okay, with that, we move to the next presenter. Now, I invite Professor Prashottam, Resident School, Tourism and Hospitality, Maharaj Agrasen University, and his research paper presentation title is Hospitality and Tourism, Education and Skill Development in India Prospects, Challenges and Opportunities with a focus on Himachal. Professor Prashottam, Resident School, Tourism and Hospitality, Maharaja Agrasen University, Delhi. Sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
You can begin with your research paper, sir.
Right. So, good morning. Good afternoon, respected distinguished researchers and esteemed member of the audience. I am Prashottam, research scholars at the Department of Tourism and Hospitality, School of Management, Maharaja Agrasen University. It is a great honor for me to be here at this prestigious conferences organized by District Administration of Kinnaur, T.S. Negi Government College, Reckong PO, and Himachal Pradesh University. I am privileged to present my research review paper, Creating and Skill Development in Hospitality and Tourism, Prospectus, Challenges and Opportunity with a focus on Himachal Pradesh. So I'm not allowed to share my presentations. If you can allow, please. The hospitality and tourism sector in India, particularly in Himachal Pradesh, has emerged as a vital contributor to the. Sorry, there is some issue with the presentation. I'm not able to share my presentation.
Aditi, Anshika, Ayushka, Adit, Kali Kumari, Pankaj Kumar,
I think there is some issue with my screen.
बोलो मैम स्क्रीन शेयर हो गया
Anshu Singh भी है ना
Sir, your screen has been shared. We can see your abstract, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, the hospitality and tourism sector in India, particularly in Himachal Pradesh, has emerged as a vital contributor to the economic growth, employment, and regional development. This study examined the evaluations of hospitality and tourism education, highlighting the traditions from informal apprenticeships to structures, programs such as BBO courses, Institute of Hotel Management, and university-level curriculum. Despite the sector's rapid expansion, challenge persists, including gaps between academic curriculum and industry requirements, inefficient infrastructure safety concerns, high employee turnover, and limited vocational trainings. Government initiatives such as Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Himachal Pradesh Kaushal Vikas Yojana, and the National Apprenticeship Program schemes aim to bring these gaps by providing skill-oriented training, internships, and employment opportunities. Himachal Pradesh diverse tourism offerings combined with the state-level policies emphasizing sustainability, entrepreneurship, and skill development underscore the importance of aligning education with industry needs. The study emphasizes the need for curriculum modernizations, experimental learnings, infrastructure investment, and collaborations between educational institutions, government agencies, and industry stakeholders. Targeted interventions in skill development and vocational training are essential to strengthen workforce capability, enhance employability, and ensure sustainable and inclusive growth in India hospitality and tourism sector. Introductions. The hospitality and tourism industry constitutes a significant component of India economy, according for more than 10% of national GDP and generating substantial employment opportunities. The country's diverse cultural heritage, varied geography, and developed infrastructure serves as major attractions for tourists, with foreign direct investments in this sector surpassing 25% in recent years. Concurrently, education offerings have progressed from rudimentary craft-based courses in the 1950s to comprehensive academic programs such as Bachelor of Vocations, Hospitality and Tourism, designed to align with the contemporary industry requirements. Himachal Pradesh, endowed with the abundant tourism resources, is emerging as a hub for skill-oriented hospitality education supported by institutions including the Institute of Hotel Management, Central University, Shulini Universities, Bahara Universities, etc., and initiative by the Himachal Pradesh Kaushal Vikas Nigam, etc. The study investigates the prospective challenges, opportunities within hospitality education in the regions with the objective of enhancing graduate employability and fostering sustainable development. Aim of the study is to examine the current prospectus, challenges, and future opportunities in the hospitality and tourism education in India, with a special focus on skill development initiative in Himachal Pradesh. The study seeks to identify strategies to enhance employability, support regional developments, and promote sustainable growth in the sector. The objective of the study is to examine the growth and current status of hospitality and tourism education in India using existing literatures, government reports, and industry publications. To identify the challenges and opportunity in skill development with Himachal Pradesh hospitality and tourism sector through analysis of secondary sources. So this is the methodologies. The data has been taken. This research follow a descriptive design using only secondary data. Information was gathered from government reports, policy documents, academic journals, and industry study. Key sources includes the Ministry of Tourism, IVEF, NSDC, THSC, RBI, and other such publications. The study involved analyzing documents like PMKVY, HPKVN, and BVOC programs to assess current education frameworks and skill development strategies in hospitality and tourism. The development of hospitality and tourism education in India. Talk about the historical evaluations of hospitality education in India in short. The growth of hospitality and tourism education in India reflects broader social economic changes and its rising importance in national development. These evaluations happen in different phases, shaping the educational infrastructures needed for the industry. Pre-independence era, during British rule, hospitality services were informal and mainly served British official and wealthy travelers. Accommodations like clubs, guest houses, railway catering were the primary facilities available. Pre-independence era continues. Formal education in hospitality was almost non-existent and skills were learned through apprenticeships and on-the-job training. Tourism was not yet an academic subject and there were no professional training institutes. However, the The opening of the hotels like Taj Mumbai 1903 and the growth of railway catering created demand for semi-skilled workers and basic service training, lay out the foundations for structured hospitality education in India. Post-independence, 1947 till 1970, after independence, tourism was seen as a way to boost the economy, promote cultural exchange, create jobs. The government set up the Department of Tourism in 1958 and with the help from organizations like FAO and UNDP, started formal training programs for hotel staff. A major milestone was the launch of the first Institute of Hotel Management in New Delhi in 1962 based on the European model. It offered diploma courses in hotel operations, catering, shifting training from informal apprenticeships to structures education. More IHMs were later set up in major cities and state-supported centers provided specialized training in areas like catering and travel services. Expansion and diversifications happened in 1980 to 1990. In the 1980 to 1990s, India Global Connections led universities and private institutions to expand hotel and tourism education. New undergraduate and postgraduate courses focus on both services and management skills. State tourism institutes and regional IHM improved access to education outside big cities. The National Council for Hotel Management was established in 1982, standardized curriculum, while the Indian Institutes of Tourism and Travel was founded in 1983 to offer advanced programs. Several universities also launched specialized courses strengthening the discipline, academic credibility. Globalization and professionalism, 2000s. Economic liberalizations in the 1990s increased global partnerships and attracted international hotel chains, boosting the need for skilled hospitality professionals. Educational institutions updated curriculum, built industry collaborations, and included internship to better prepare students. Policies like the National Tourism Policies and British and 8 5-year plans supported vocational training and human resource development in India. By the late 1990s, hospitality education became more multidisciplinary, combining academic learning with the practical experience. With over 2 million international arrivals and significant domestic tourism, the sector generated billions in revenue and supported nearly 1 million jobs, highlighting its economic importance. Since 2010, hospitality and tourism education in India has modernized and focused on employability through competency-based program. The introductions of VBOC programs in Himachal Pradesh, supported by UGC, along with schemes like PMKVY, HPKVN, has promoted skill development. Institutions like IITTM and IHMs have updated curriculum with technology and global standards. Collaborations with industry has expanded internships and certificate courses, while digital learning tools have improved access to education. Greater focus on research, entrepreneurship, and sustainable tourism is helping India compete globally in the hospitality sector. Himachal Pradesh, with its hospitality and tourism education institution in Himachal Pradesh with its strong tourism potentials has many institutions offering hospitality and tourism programs. These like IIHM universities like Central University, Dharamshala, Shulini University, Maharaja Agrawal University. There are many universities in Himachal Pradesh, along with the 20 government colleges providing the BVOC in Himachal Pradesh in the hospitality and tourism sector. The programs follow the National Skill Qualification Framework and empathize practical training, skill developments, and industry internship. Government initiative like PMKVY and HPKVN further support these efforts, helping graduates meet both regional and global industry demand. India large working skill development in India. India large working age population is a major advantage for achieving economic growth and the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047. The labor force participation rate is 60.1% and work population ratio is 52.2%, but nearly half of the workforce is still in agriculture. To support economic change, around 7.85 million non-agriculture jobs need to be created each year until 2030. Many workers lack education and vocational trainings. Only 50.2% have completed secondary education. 65.3 lakh formal training, leading to unemployment. The India Skills Report 2025 shows a great employability rate of 54.8%, highlighting the need for better education aligned with the industry demand. Challenges and opportunities. The Metal Report 2025 report shows graduate employability has declined from 44.3% in 23 to 42.6% in 2024, mainly due to gaps in non-technical skills. Graduates from top institutions perform better, while those lower tier institutions lag behind. In new fields like AI, machine learning, and only 46% of graduates are employable through gender balance and the gender balance is improving. To address these challenges, the government launched the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in 2014 with with the RS 6,100 crore budgets from 2025-2026, aiming to train 300 million people. The tourism and hospitality sector could train 5.7 billion youth to meet growing demand, but issues like low wages, long hours, shift limit participation. Still, the sector is expected to create around 1 lakh new jobs in the next 12 to 18 months. In demand job role in tourism and hospitality industry, employment opportunities in Himachal Pradesh in hospitality and tourism. The tourism and hospitality sector is expanding rapidly, offering a variety of job opportunities at different levels. It includes permanent, temporary, and gig-based role that suit both employers and workers. Over the next 5 years, high demand is expected in the hotels, food and beverage services, facilities, management, tourism, and cruise operations. Specialized roles like maintenance techniques, chefs, banquet managers, ground crew are growing by up to 35%. There is also increased demand for professionals in sales, marketing, digital services, and human resources. These trends make the sector an attractive career options for many. Importance of education and training. Success in tourism and hospitality require the right education and skills. Different roles demand specific ability from front office jobs, needs communications and problem solving skills. Housekeeping required attention to detail and technical knowledge. Culinary roles focus on creativity and food safety, while management positions call the leadership and business understanding. To meet this demand, many institutions in India offer specialized programs. The Institute of Hotel Management provide undergraduate, postgraduate, and certificate courses, and about 20. So structures career pathway in leading hospitality brands. So top hospitalities company in India like Taj Hotels, Broys, Lila, Hyatt, Hilton, Accor, Edison's are the major employer offering clear career path. They run structures management training programs and leadership development programs to prepare professionals for supervisory and managerial roles. For instance, Oberoi Center of Learning and Development, ISEL set up a Married Voyages program, provide mentorship, cross-department training, and international exposures. These initiatives help employ programs from entry-level positions to senior leadership roles. Multinational hotel chains like Marriott, Hilton, and Hyatt offer professional opportunities for international career growth. At the same time, India hotel brand like ITC and Lila focus on sustainability and preserving cultural heritage in their leadership approaches. Together, these organizations create jobs and build leadership pipelines that help the hospitality sector stay competitive, adaptable, aligned with the global trends. Himachal Pradesh education and skill development. Himachal Pradesh, known for its cultural tourism potentials, is a key center for hospitality education in India. Institutions like IHM offer specialized training in hotel operations, culinary arts, management through undergraduate diploma and certificate
Sorry
programs.
to interrupt you, sir. Kindly conclude your presentation, sir.
Okay. So this was the growth.
We are running short of time, sir, please.
Okay. So in conclusion, the hospitality and tourism sector in India, especially in Himachal Pradesh, offer significant potentials for economic growth, job creation, regional development. Government programs like PMKVY, HPKV, and NAPS, along with IHM, university sports skill development and workforce training. However, challenges such as skilled labor shortage, gap between academic curriculum and industry needs, inadequate infrastructure, safety concerns, high employee turnover, low wages, and limited healthcare in remote areas hinder sustainable growth. Addressing these issues require curriculum modernizations, experiential learning, internship, infrastructure improvement, enhanced safety protocols, and stronger collaborations between government, education, and industry. Targeted interventions and continuous skills development will strengthen the sector, promoting sustainable and inclusive growth for Himachal Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable exposition. Next, I invite Professor Lakshmikant, Resident School Education, LPU, and the research topic is addressing academic anxiety in secondary school students of science streams, mediating role of social support in promoting student.
Professor
Kindly enlighten us with your profound study and reflections. Professor Lakshmikant, Resident School Education, LP.
Very good afternoon to all present over here. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, fellow research scholars, and the organizing team for taking this wonderful initiative and providing us opportunity to present our topics. So I am Lakshmikant presenting my topic on addressing academic anxiety.
Sir, you are not audible, sir.
Come in.
Super.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible at mine.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So shall I start?
Yes, Guru. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So
Yes, sir.
my topic is addressing academic anxiety in secondary school students of science streams, mediating role of social sport in promoting student mental health and academic achievement. So my presentation on a systematic review of literature. So we know that academic anxiety among secondary school students in science stream is increasing a recognized obstacle. So it's a critical problem which is arising because the science students face something unique. They face stress from as compared to arts students or commerce students. So academic anxiety actually is emotional distress linked to academic tasks like school assignments, performance evaluation, and similarly, if we talk about entrance exam or competitive exam, so secondary school students actually face developmental transition and they have more pressure than others. So science stream show high cognitive load because maths or abstract concept like practical lab anxiety, experiments, parents, and moreover, parents also expect more than arts or commerce stream. So, and exams like medical NEET exam or JEE, expectations are more than art students. So the results are impaired performance, low motivation, mental health. And so the significance of this review of literature is limited systematic reviews focusing specifically on science stream students. And these research actually lack in integration, social support, family peers, teachers, schools, and hypothesized protective mediator. So in this study, I have reviewed the literature from 2010 to 2015, which captures the contemporary interventions. So objectives of the review of literature is to analyze the prevalence and patterns of academic anxiety among secondary school students and to identify unique academic pressure in science streams and to examine the role of social sport in mediating anxiety or performance link and to evaluate effectiveness of interventions, mindfulness, CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, and peer support as well as family programs, and to derive theoretical and practical implications for educational stakeholders. So I have took instructions of a Prisma flow diagram. It's actually a database. So I have found the record that there are 2,847 studies Additionally, sources are 156, and removing the duplicates 547, screen 2456, and full text as assessed 255, and including all these review 88 studies are there. So methodology, I have followed the framework of Prisma 2020. So I focused on the study of databases like ERIC, PsycInfo, Scopus, PubMed, and Google Scholar. And keywords which I have used in my study is academic anxiety, test anxiety, science education, social sport, adolescent mental health. So including the criteria, I have reviewed the literature from 2010 to 2025, and participants were 13 to 18 years of age. And I have measured the academic anxiety, primary and as well as secondary. So social sport included as mediator or intervention. So I have not studied the tertiary level or conceptual qualitative without empirical data. So measure of academic anxiety. So my literature view trends are academic anxiety prevalent across context, significant correlation with academic achievement. So similarly, some of the research experts have given their views, as Mahato and Jangir has said that anxiety impairs daily functioning and concentration. So similarly, Bihari in 2014, variation by gender, school type, rural urban background. And Neelam and Atri they have given their views that cycle of anxiety, underperformance, and anxiety. So these common sources are found that fear of failure, parental pressure, peer competition, and teacher expectations are the main stressors to the students of secondary school student. So a literature view, according to literature view, Bilal et al. 2014 has given their views that entrance exam stress or parental pressure on science stream students, and baseline 2014 achievement hindered by inadequate labs and abstract concepts. So Mello in 2006, science anxiety is equal to maths, fear of maths, labs, reasoning, and additional concerns are high stakes of science performance or career pathways. The main thing is students have the fear of some abstract topics or concepts, as well as the science performance like career pathways, and some from the teachers or the parents pressure. So fear of practical exam also the cause of anxiety. So theoretical framework is stress buffering hypothesis, support system cushion negative effects of stressors. So similarly, self-efficacy theory by Schunk in 1991 said that sport builds confidence, enhances motivation and performance. If students get the support of their parents or peer groups or the teachers, and it enhances their motivation and performance. Social sports dimensions are emotional, which includes care, empathy, and encouragement, and informational means guidance, academic help, instrumental resources and facilities. Similarly, some of the students have a problem in their lab projects, instrumental lack of instruments or lack of infrastructures. They feel stress, or they have the problem of clearing the concepts. Appraisal, feedback, and evaluation. So the results of the studies are geographic speed of the studies. Most of the studies on anxiety is uh, from Asia or North America and Europe. So, and the design of the study is cross-sectional, longitudinal, and mixed method. So participants are adolescents from age 13 to 18, and the stream is science. So theme identified that anxiety patterns mediating role of sport and intervention effectiveness. So anxiety higher in science stream than art stream. So sources are conceptual difficulty because some of the students face a difficulty in clearing their concepts. So abstract concepts in science or mathematics. So similarly, they also have competitive exam stress as medical engineering entrance, as JEE or NEET exam. So some of the parents also throw pressure on their children regarding the career success. It also cause the anxiety. Similarly, some of the students face problem in practicals or in laboratory exam. So it also creates anxiety among the students. So demographic moderators are gender, family type, SES, urban rural context. So results of the social support as mediator. As, as first is a family support. So if the students get family support and real expectations are real, then it reduces the anxiety. So over involvement and excessive pressure also worsens the anxiety. So peer support, if their learning is collaborative in groups, it also reduces the anxiety and normalization of stress and sharing coping strategies. So it also developed the feeling of belongingness and academic engagement. So teacher support, if the students get the teacher support and clarity in instructions, empathy, individual attention, safe classroom climate. So institutional support counseling like stress management, workshops, mental healing programs. So these are also helpful
Please bring
in.
your presentation to a close.
Okay,
Sir, I request you to bring your presentation to a close.
okay, thank you. So,
Thank you, sir.
okay,
Now, may I call upon
thank you.
Pankaj Gupta, Assistant Professor Zoology, Government College, Karso. Sir, I kindly remind all the presenters, please, to adhere to the time allotted. That is, I think, 5 to 7 minutes, 7 to 10 minutes, maximum 10. And it will be your presentation will be followed by one question.
Can I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir, kindly unmute, sir.
My screen is
Start your
visible, sir.
presentation, sir.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you, ma'am. I am very thankful to the principal, uh, T.S. Negi Government College, Recompio. I'm Pankaj Gupta. I welcome all the delegates from different states of the India and all the dignities which are present here. My topic for this conference is the preliminary analysis of the avian biodiversity and conservation measure and important threats and role of local inhabitants of the eco-sensitive zone for biodiversity sustainability in Shikari Devi Wildlife Sanctuary, District Mandi, Himachal Pradesh. So this sanctuary is quite old. It has been established in 1962 and further re-notified in 1971. It is present in district Mandi of Himachal Pradesh, and it is located in western Himalaya landscape in Himalayas. In the center of this sanctuary area, there is a famous temple of Shikari Mata, which is at the height of 3,000 meter. And this sanctuary area is very important because it is providing very important sources like water and fresh air to the peoples which are surrounding all over the sanctuary, as well as it is contributing to the fresh air all around the world. This sanctuary area is very important because it is biological, ecological, geomorphological, and hydrological, as well as cultural and religious significance. Also, it is a recreational and economic values because it is providing a lot of things in the form of different kinds of medicinal herbs, and it is also an important site because it is providing the scope of ecotourism. Recently, in January 2025, round about the area of 19.2 square kilometer, it has been declared by the Ministry of Environment and Science as a eco-sensitive zone, which include 34 villages of Nachan subdivision and 9 villages of Karsok subdivision. So this sanctuary is nearby me, and it is my topic of my PhD. This sanctuary is rich in biodiversity. It is providing, that's why it's providing a very important scope in ecotourism as well as in wildlife conservation. It is full of natural beauty. It has serene environment which is untouched. And this for this I have chosen the methodology. I have surveyed the this whole sanctuary area, which is located in such and such coordinate, and it has an altitudinal range of 1800 to 3359 meters. So it is a wide range. It provides a quite nice habitat for different types of animal, and my study is focusing on the aves, that is birds. For this ornithological studies, I have searched the whole landscape of the Shikari Devi Wildlife Sanctuary by stratified random sampling technique, that is Snedcore and Conkeran in 1993. My main studies are based on the primary data which is collected from February 2022 to August 2025, which include most visit to the sanctuary area, biodiversity assessment and factor which are affecting it. Secondary data is also being consulted, which include the research paper, literature, relevant books, official website, even the interviews with the local inhabitant and forest officials as taken as a secondary source of information for the analysis. Further in my analysis, I have found that there are 7 types of the forest, and nearby 40 villages which are surrounding the sanctuary area is providing very unique habitat, and it is also helping in the sustaining the all the sanctuary area. Further, this sanctuary area is divided into 2 blocks: Shikari Devi block and Fatehpur block. It has many nalas and many khuts, which is perennial rivulets, which is providing the catchment area for Satluj as well as Byas river. Uh, this is the picture of this sanctuary. It is a forest map. Further, in methodology, I have used the prismatic binocular. I have also used the field guide of birds for identification, that is early and replay, Grimet Itel, and Chemizek 2000. Further, I have used different kinds of the gadgets like Nikon camera, like DSLR D90 with 70 to 30 tele lens, Nikon P900 and Nikon 1100, which is equipped with inbuilt zoom telephoto lenses, because these help to click the important pictures of the wild birds. And further, I have used the different methodologies given by different scientists. I have also used the threat characterization that is given by IUCN. I have also find out the these species are whether these species are in Indian Wildlife Protection Act or not. These are the pictures of some of the birds that have been reported by me. These are the birds like a dark breast is rosefinch. It is jungle myna. It is olive backed pipet, rosy pipet. It is red ramped swallow. It is a very important bird. It is a yellow-bellied fairy pantail. It is brown deeper, and it is the Himalayan woodpecker. It is bractango. It is a chestnut ear bunting, and there are other birds also like Perdictor flycatcher, Rufous gorgeted flycatcher, black-headed jay, Asian barred owlet, and striated laughing thrush, black bulbul, black eagle, long-tailed shrike, plain mountain finch, grey wagtail, grey tree pie, a number of the birds. These are the picture of some of the few birds. During my research, I have compiled and I have tried to search as many as avian species which are present in the sanctuary. However, previous work were done by some scientists, but they are only showing the existence of around about 50 birds. But it is first time that I have find out the 153 avian species in this sanctuary area. Biodiversity is quite important for any area. There are many sanctuaries in Himachal Pradesh, around about 32, and national parks are there. But you will be surprised that we are not knowing the exact kind of avian biodiversity in these sanctuary area in Himachal Pradesh. So they should be recognized so that we can find out the migration pattern of these birds. In my studies, I have found that around the 153 birds, most of the birds are found in Passeriformis. It is in family Muscicapidae. It is the most dominant family. And in my research, I have also found out that a few bird species are Indian Wildlife Protection Act, that is in Schedule 1. But most of the birds are in least concern category, and some are under near threatened under IUCN, that is Himalayan griffon, that is mountain hawk eagle, lammergeier, as well as Alexandrine parakeet. Many possible threats were also studied, which include the habitat loss, degradation followed by the other threats like habitat fragmentation is happening, pollution is there, use of pesticide in the sanctuary and surrounding eco-sensitive zone is posing threat, high altitude power lines, these are also creating problem. Along with it, forest fire, destruction of grass, bushes, hedges in inhabitant villages, global climate change, tourism, loss of forest cover, and a creation of large open field in this area. It is posing threat to these birds. These are my results of my small study in this area. However, it is of 3.5 year long time span has been given to these studies. In conclusion, I can say that the results have revealed that the local inhabitants, which are very important part for any sanctuary area of the eco-sensitive zone, they are playing very important role in protection and conservation of the wild avian species since ages. They have sacred groups which are in sanctuary area. They have behavioral tolerance to even damage to their crops. Also, they are protecting the sanctuary area by collaborating the forest department in disasters like forest fire, catching the illegal poachers. So these are playing very important role. The people which are surrounding and living in the surrounding periphery of this sanctuary, which is called eco-sensitive zone now, and the agriculture activities like insecticide, weedicide, damage to bushes, collection of wood, fodder in eco-sensitive village, these are posing critical threat for the conservation. So they are playing very important role, but somehow they are also creating some of the problem which may affect the avian diversity of this area. The potent threats of avian conservation require urgently needed targeted measures to protect the existing biodiversity, which include habitat restoration, better management practices, and better community engagements. Further, the recommendation for
Right,
policy interventions are
Pankaj sir,
proposed.
all right. Time
Yes,
आपका हो गया है, but your presentation
but
was
I'm concluding,
excellent.
sir. I'm taking just half minute, sir. Focusing on enhancing legal framework and improving monetary efforts and promoting eco-friendly tourism to ensure sustainable conservation outcome. Thank you, sir. These are the references. If you have any query, any question, you can ask me, sir.
We expect that professors like you will certainly be part of that जो state level पे honor करते हैं ना अभी तो आपने नहीं किया था अप्लाई किया है उसके लिए
Pardon, sir, आपकी आवाज थोड़ी कम आ रही थी. Can you repeat your question, sir?
Government has honored some principals and professors recently on Teachers' Day in Shimla. You applied for that or not?
No, sir, not yet.
हाँ तो आगे वाले में आपने अप्लाई करना है एंड आई हैव वन क्वेश्चन आल्सो जैसे आपने ये बर्ड वॉचिंग का बहुत सारे लोग इंटरेस्टेड रहते हैं in coming months a team of Penn State University US will visit our state तो उनके बच्चों का और प्रोफेसर्स का एक एक्टिविटी ये भी है बर्ड वॉचिंग का तो आपने तो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे ये कलेक्शन किए हैं where were these things taken कहाँ से लिए थे आपने ये शिकारी देवी एरिया
Yes, sir, within the Shikari Devi Sanctuary area, sir. I have divided this zone into on the basis of the different kinds of forest, and all the forest were scanned, and some of the species are particular to particular type of forest, sir. That has been included in my
अपनी
research.
presentation भी please हमें share करें आप और we will recommend your name for next year's Teachers' Day celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next presenter is Dr. Sudhir Kumar, Assistant Professor Geography, GDC, Kandagat. And his research title is River Basin Management and Crop Cost Mitigation Strategies in Himachal Pradesh. Dr. Sudhir Kumar, AP, Geography, GDC, Kandagat. I think he is not there. We shall now move on to the next presenter. Now I invite Devendra Kumar, Assistant Professor Geography, GC Samra, Sirmaur. The research title is Drug Abuse and Rise of Chitta in Himachal Pradesh, Socio-Economic Impacts and Preventive Measures. Devendra Kumar, Assistant Professor Geography. I think he is also not there. Next participant is Dr. Tanu Kalsi, Assistant Professor of Commerce, GC Ramshahar Solan, and her research title is Indigenous Wisdom for Climate Resilience, Tribal Knowledge Systems in Himachal Pradesh and their relevance to sustainable commerce. Dr. Tanu Kalsi, Assistant Professor, Government College, Ramshahar Solan.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You can carry on, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. My research title is Indigenous Knowledge Systems in Himachal Pradesh, Enhancing Climate Resilience and Sustainable Commerce. So moving towards introduction, Himachal Pradesh, as we all know, is nestled in Western Himalayas of India, and it is home to diverse indigenous communities such as Kinnaur, Lahaul, Spiti natives, and Bhotia tribes. These groups have developed their indigenous knowledge system and traditional ecological knowledge that have been passed down from generations to generations, and it has emphasized harmony with the environment. This knowledge encompasses sustainable resource management, adaptive agricultural practices, and cultural conservation methods. In the face of escalating climate change impacts like erratic monsoons, glacier retreat, and biodiversity loss, indigenous knowledge system plays a pivotal role in building climate resilience. Simultaneously, it is also supporting sustainable commerce by enabling ethical trade of non-timber forest products, medicinal herbs, and eco-friendly crafts, fostering economic viability without depleting resources. Recent initiatives, including national conferences and state policies, highlights the integration of indigenous knowledge system with modern science to achieve sustainable development goals like zero hunger, climate action, and life on land. The scope of the current study is limited to in Himachal Pradesh tribal practices in agriculture, animal husbandry, and forest management that is also demonstrating sustainable resource use, reducing environmental degradation while supporting livelihoods. Moreover, linking these practices to commerce through the concepts like green marketing, circular economy, corporate social responsibility, and ecotourism can create economic opportunities that would reinforce resilience. The main objectives of the current study is to document key indigenous practices promoting climate resilience, examining their potential integration into sustainable commercial models, and proposing recommendations for the stakeholders. By bridging traditional wisdom into contemporary strategies, the study underscores the value of indigenous knowledge system in fostering a resilient and economically viable future for Himachal Pradesh. And now moving towards I would be skipping this literature review part and I would be moving towards the main highlights of my research paper. Indigenous knowledge system in Himachal Pradesh. As we all know, about 62% of the population in Himachal lies on agriculture and allied sectors, and 68% of our area is covered under forest, which is vulnerable to climate change, like we are facing nowadays, erratic monsoons, landslides. This all is disrupting our daily life. Indigenous practices of agriculture, animal husbandry, forest management, handicraft, and community system promotes sustainability, and we have to align these with the modern strategies. For example, Prakritik Kheti Khushhal Kisan Yojana. It is an initiative of Government of Himachal Pradesh which was launched in 2018, and the main focus of this yojana was to transform farming practices towards natural, chemical free, and low cost agriculture. And this scheme has benefited about 1,65,000 farmers, and they have shifted towards natural farming, and it has helped them to grow. And I would like to explain one case study of this. Like, there is a success story of Shailendra Sharma, who has used this aspect of Prakritik Kheti, and he was growing capsicum since last 7 years using this scheme, and he was using techniques like mulching, intercropping, drip irrigation, and the main outcomes were that there was lower pest infestation, high quality capsicum both in yield and health, and lower cultivation cost was there. Eco-friendly practices he was following, and enhanced on-farm biodiversity, improved soil organisms, pest control, and plant health. These are the policies which have been implemented under a yojana which was passed by government in 2018, but it is a documented scheme which was passed in 2018, yet these schemes have been followed from generations in our tribal areas. In 2023, a study was conducted on Lahaul and Spiti district, which shows that indigenous knowledge system in food preservation, such as making hard cheese and roasted barley flour, which was to ensure food security in harsh weathers. Similarly, Baspa Valley of Kinnaur, there is an indigenous practice involving rotational grazing and agroforestry, blending cultural rituals with ecological management. These systems have also been recognized under Convention of Biological Diversities as vital for preserving innovations and practices of indigenous communities. Moving toward enhancing climate resilience through indigenous knowledge system, we have a 2025 study that highlights that traditional ecological knowledge in Himalayan villages enables the resource preservation under diverse conditions, achieving sustainable development goals for climate adaptation. For example, in Spiti Valley, locals use traditional indicators like animal behavior and plant phenology to predict weather anomalies, enhancing adaptive capacity. In animal husbandries, practices documented in Indian Journal of Animal Sciences 2019 include indigenous method for disease management and feed storage in Himachal's high altitude, protecting livestock from climate-induced stressors like droughts. Similarly, in 2017, a study in Journal of Mountain Science note local perceptions of climate change, such as delayed monsoons, warmer winters, inform adaptive strategies like crop diversification and soil conservation. Moving towards major Himachal Pradesh state initiatives towards integrating indigenous knowledge system for resilience, in September 2025, in current month only, the government is pioneering a climate resilient urban development in cities like Shimla by incorporating traditional architecture with modern bioengineering for slope stabilization and early warning system. This approach aims 100% renewable energy while drawing on indigenous forest conservation. Even UNESCO and UNDP emphasize that such indigenous knowledge system fosters ecosystem resilience as seen in agroforestry practices that maintain soil health and biodiversity amid changing climates. We have discussed this. Moving towards agriculture through modern frameworks, green marketing is being practiced. Himbhog maize, branded as chemical-free and organic maize on himera.co.in, 1,506 families in 10 districts are taking its benefits. Like in circular economy is basically designing out waste pollution, keeping products and materials in use, and regenerating natural system in a circular way. Vermicomposting from the farm waste, manure bags on grazing animals is the initiative in this aspect. And DS Group Spring Revival in Kulu. 1,500 plus farmers are taking benefit of this. And in ecotourism, agrotourism in Solan, farm stays showing intercropping, it is also giving benefit to the economy. Moving toward animal husbandry, indigenous practices have been followed from generations like Gaddi sheep, goats, Rampur Busher for wool. And this is like for sustainability in low input grazing, rotational grazing, and 62% of our rural livelihoods and yak preservation in Lahore and Spiti is dependent on this. Moving towards animal husbandry, modern frameworks in current scenario, or I would like to say in modern world, we are moving towards modern aspects. There is green marketing, eco wool of Rampur Chaddar shawls as eco wool is being marketed by Himachal Pradesh Handicraft Corporations. And similarly, a corporate social responsibility initiative by DS Group in Spiti greenhouses and NTPC's dairy cooperatives, Gaddi homestays in Kinnaur, herding in Greater Himalayan National Parks. These all are the modern agricultural husbandry initiatives which are being taken. Similarly, for forest management, indigenous practices is always there, and these practices have been preserving our almost 3,300 plants, 5,700 animal species, which is also supporting our 68% forest cover area, one panchayat forest, joint forest management in 72 ranges, foundation for ecological security project for ecosystem. This is also supporting the forest indigenous practice, which is being followed by the people of Himachal Pradesh. And moving towards modern framework, we have eco-label timber and non-timber forest products, medicinal plants via these are being sold by Himachal Pradesh Forest Department under green marketing. And for circular economy, we have biomass for vermicomposting, bamboo kilta weaving, and in CSR initiative, World Bank's Forest for Prosperity and DS Group's Bamboo Revival. And in ecotourism, I would like to add that in forest management, there is trek in Pine Hills Eco Camp, like in Badog, it is there, and 50% of ecological footprint reduction is there. And moving towards handicrafts.
Kindly
Yes, ma'am.
Your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. I'll take 2 minutes more. So moving towards community-based system, there are cooperative societies, self-help groups which are being used by this, and also in moving towards modern community-based sharing system, astrotourism is there, and DS Group is one of the main group which is taking its CSR initiatives in Himachal Pradesh. And the main summary of this research paper, I would like to focus on the impact that it has empowered almost 2 lakh farmers, 44,000 self-help groups, 3,50,000 women. Climate resilience is theirs. Sustainable development goals align with all these practices which have been followed by there. And there is a requirement, or I would like to state, there is a recommendation from our research that these systems of indigenous knowledge should be documented, and education should be there as such it is followed in South India. There should be documentation of these systems, and it should be taught in schools and colleges through education to students. And there should be policy integration, marketing linkages of these by adding geographical indicator tags, and co-production of knowledge system should be there, and community empowerment should also be there, which would help in reducing the resource depletion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, your disposition has not only informed us but has ignited new cognitive progressions for contemplation. I think we should move to the next speaker now. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Reckong Sharma, research scholar, school management, Sri Sai University, Palampur, and the research title is Financial Literacy Among School Teachers, a Holistic Review and Analysis. Reckong Sharma, research scholar, management, Sri Sai University, Palampur.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am not able to share my screen, but it's okay. So I am a senior level banker, and in spite of being a banker, I have just chosen this topic to just to have a study on the financial literacy of the school teachers. Why is it so? Because the financial literacy is the basic tool on the basis of which we can just transform the society. People are good in their in their fields, whether they are doctors, whether they are engineers, whether they are professionals. But when it comes to managing the money, they are very poor. And I found, being a assistant vice president of a bank, I just came to understand that there are so many good professionals even get trapped into this debt trap. So what exactly is the reason behind that needs to be explored? So I have chosen, being a like a banker, I have gone, I thought, why not to discover this topic, right? Because school teachers are the backbone, they are the torch bearers to any society. And until and unless we are not able to just make them, enable them to just have that tool in their hands to educate their society, right? That financial education should begin from the very scratch level. So in that case only the society can be transformed. If we talk about the countries like Germany, I have visited so many countries, Germany, Hong Kong, US, then I have seen there that people over there are financially literate. They do have a very good grip on this financial literacy. But when we are talking in terms of literacy, we are excellent. But when we are talking in terms of financial literacy, sorry to say, we are not that much good. So financial literacy is basically composed of three major dimensions. Number one is financial knowledge. Number two is financial attitude. And number three is financial behavior. So financial knowledge is exactly just a bit of mathematical calculations, how you are going through the mathematical calculations, and number of financial tools are available into the market, like they from since starting from the basic debt tools to the advanced tools like the equity, dealing with the equities into the market. So this is the thing for which I have chosen this topic. And what I think is that if we start educating the teachers first of all, then the entire society can get transformed. And the government and the non-government organizations are taking n number of initiatives to transform. And I think in the coming time, we will be able to just get a good number, expeditious increase in these numbers. So that's why this topic is very important. Thanks for giving your time. I would like to thank the chair. I would like to thank everybody sitting over here. Time, it's a time bound kind of thing. So I don't want to take much of your time. So thanks for giving your time. Thank you so much. Myself, Reckong Sharma.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please, we have a question for you.
Sir, your topic
Yes,
is
please, go
very
ahead.
relevant. हेलो, योर टॉपिक
Yes,
वाज
yes.
वेरी रेलिवेंट। मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट ये हमारे सिलेबस का पार्ट नहीं है अभी स्कूल और कॉलेजेस में। Certainly through this conference we will recommend the things to government and the university also. तो क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि आप क्या सजेस्ट करते हैं आज के यूथ के लिए? Recently I visited many colleges and universities in Lower Himachal like Hamirpur, Kanta and Palanpur also. तो बच्चे तो पढ़ रहे हैं, पहले सिंपल ग्रेजुएशन करते हैं, फिर एमएससी कर रहे हैं, फिर डबल बीएड भी करते हैं, कुछ और भी कर रहे हैं, बट दे आर नॉट लैंडिंग ऑन द प्रॉपर प्लेटफॉर्म फ्रॉम वेयर दे कैन जनरेट मनी। आपका क्या सजेशन है बच्चों के लिए कि हाउ दे कैन वर्क ऑन द पैटर्न लाइक अर्न व्हाइल लर्न?
सर,
ब्रीफली आपको आंसर देना है, मैंने क्वेश्चन थोड़ा ज्यादा लगभग पूछ लिया।
यस यस, मैं बड़ा टाइम बाउंड आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि ये एक शॉर्ट आंसर रिलेटेड आपका कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा कैंपेन है और इसके लिए जो है हमको बेसिक लिटरेसी से एडवांस लिटरेसी की तरफ जाना पड़ेगा। जैसा कि मैंने आपको बोला है कि अभी तक जो हम लोग इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं, इनफैक्ट अगर अगर लेते हैं अपने आप को, तो हम लोग अपने पैसे को जो है एफडीज और डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स में रखते हैं, जो कि हमारे इन्फ्लेशन को भी बीट नहीं करता है। ठीक है, कमिंग आउट ऑफ दिस, मेरा बोलना ये है कि हम स्टूडेंट्स को रेगुलरली जो है कुछ सेशंस ऑर्गेनाइज करें। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया बहुत सारे ऐसे सेशंस ऑर्गेनाइज कर रही है। इनफैक्ट बैंक्स, जैसे जो बड़े दिग्गज बैंक हैं, जो कॉर्पोरेट हाउसेज हैं, मैं उनको विजिट करता हूँ, वो भी बहुत सारे सेशंस ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं। बट स्टिल ये जो है स्क्रैच लेवल पर इसकी बहुत जरूरत है। इनफैक्ट मैंने एक कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है वो अटेंड किया था तो दिल्ली में, तो वहां पर भी ये चीज है कि स्कूल करिकुलम में ये चीज आएगी तो बहुत बेटर रहेगा, और वो आ रही है।
एक मिनट, आप ऐसा करें कि हमारे यूथ्स के लिए फाइनेंशियल फ्रीडम के लिए वो क्या कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज यू हैव विजिटेड मेनी कंट्रीज, सिमिलर हियर आल्सो, आई हैव आल्सो विजिटेड मेनी कंट्रीज। तो अभी एक इसका एक ऐसा मसौदा बनाते हैं ना, कोई स्टेटमेंट बनाते हैं कि जो बच्चे मनी अर्न करने के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए क्या किया जा सकता है? You give us in some writing document so that we include it in the report of conference. तो आज शाम तक दे देना सर, कल हमने ये रिपोर्ट बनानी है।
यस, मैं आपको जो है इस पे मैं वर्कआउट करके आपको सेंड करूंगा, क्योंकि आपने बहुत अच्छी चीज ये ऐड ऑन करी है, तो मैं इस पे वर्कआउट करके आपके इस पे ग्रुप पे सेंड करूंगा। थैंक यू सर, थैंक्स फॉर गिविंग योर टाइम, थैंक यू सो मच।
हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। Sir, since you are talking about the debt trap, I have a specific question regarding debt trap only. Like, okay, I don't want to be get trapped by the debt. That is my first and primary thought. But what about the things that I am enjoying through that? For example, I want to buy a new car, I want to make a big home, and I can't save. I'm not able to save that huge money so that I can create a good fortune in the you can say in the name of like having a big home and large car. So how would you treat it, sir? Thank you very much.
सर, डेट ट्रैप मैं आपको बताता हूँ। मेरे जो साथ में कलीग हैं, ही इज वाइस प्रेसिडेंट विद एक्सिस बैंक, and he used to draw almost 65 lakhs of package per annum. But the thing is, right now he's into debt trap. A reason behind is when we are spending whatever we are getting in hand, and we are spending more than that, and whatever is taking out taking money out of your pocket, right? If you have bought a house and that house is exactly not giving you a return, we people are treating car as an asset. But I used to say car is not an asset. Why? Because once you take it out from the dealership, for example, it costs 10 lakhs to you. When it is into the, like, you have just you roamed for just traveled for just 1 kilometer, one of your friend has met you and he said this car is not perfect, another model is there. You just told him that okay fine, you just take the car. He will You have bought it for 10 lakhs, he will quote you 6 to 7 lakhs. Why this depreciation has happened within a fraction of minutes? These are the things which we need to understand, right? So when we people are doing a blunder mistake
Okay,
that
sir.
we are
Question is
taking
that, but
assets
that
not
is
as
still there. My concern
come
was
again.
that what about the luxuries that I am enjoying through that?
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm not able to hear you properly. Come again.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Next
thanks. I'm so
presenter
sorry
is,
that network issue is there. Okay, thank you.
thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Professor Parvinder Kaur, Assistant Professor Mathematics, Vallabh Government College, Mandi. And the research title is Society and Governance, Drug Abuse Prevention, Disaster Resilience, Social Justice.
Okay.
I think he is not there. So we have approached the formal conclusion of this practical session 1 of A2. Now I request Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Associate Professor of History, Central University, Himachal Pradesh, and as chairperson, who was the chairperson of this technical session 1 of A2, and co-chairperson, Professor Balam Negi, Assistant Professor of Hindi, to conclude this technical session 1. So, Dr. Rajiv.
Yeah, am I audible? Am I
So you
audible?
can carry on, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me congratulate Principal of PSAT Government Degree College, Reckong, Chanji, along with his team, including Shantaji, KPT, and others, for organizing an international conference on such a timely subject. I would also like to thank them for providing me the opportunity to be a part of such a pertinent conference, such a timely conference, क्योंकि आज जिस स्थिति में हिमाचल प्रदेश में पिछले 1 महीने में हम देख रहे हैं 2 महीने, तो उससे इस तरह के कॉन्फ्रेंसेस बहुत ऐप्ट साबित होते हैं, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रूप से उभरते हैं सामने. At the same time, I would also like to congratulate each and every presenter for succinct dealing with the subject of the conference. However, one or two presenters were not exactly related to the theme of the conference, but I enjoyed them thoroughly. How I understand the subject is communities across the world, not only in India, but across the world, have long relied on cultural traditions and indigenous wisdom to guide their relationship with nature. Among them, tribal societies stand out for their unique ability to weave together community life along with cultural values and ecological stewardship into a coherent way of being, how they exist. For centuries, such tribal pathways to prosperity have not been measured merely in material wealth, but also in harmony with the environment, social cohesion, and intergenerational sustainability, which was part of one or two papers. So the study of community, culture, conservation in tribal context reveals deep-rooted systems of knowledge, of oral traditions, of rituals, of festivals, of customary laws that sustain the forests, the rivers, the overall biodiversity. So apart from being isolated, these traditions in fact embody a holistic worldview where human survival and nature balance are inseparable. So the strength of tribal communities lies in their collective ethics. The resource management is communal, decisions are participatory, and prosperity is shared. So ethics की बात हो रही थी, मैं एक दो papers में भी सुना कि they were talking of ethics and human centric approach. एक paper में ये भी सामने आया कि begin one of the presenters said AI is a disruptive technology. But when approached with ethics and human-centric approach, the biasness towards that factor will be minimized. So in the contemporary era, when climate change, environmental degradation, and cultural homogenization threaten ecological and social diversity, the tribal experience offers valuable lessons. The models of sustainable agriculture, water conservation, forest protection, and cultural resilience out of the last presentation highlight alternative pathways to development, ones that prioritize balance over exploitation and resilience over short-term gain. So what I feel this theme, that is the community, culture and conservation, tribal pathways to sustainable prosperity, it seeks to explore these interconnections and all from among the 7 8 papers that I have listened to carefully, I can see those interconnections being pointed out. And they also invited reflections on how indigenous practices can in fact inform global sustainability debates, how cultural traditions can strengthen conservation strategies, and how communities can chart inclusive, ecologically sound routes towards prosperity. So, at the end, I would like to say that ethical and human-centric approach comes to me as a cornerstone to preserving the community, preserving the culture, and conserving both together. And in that factor, tribal pathways to sustainable prosperity emerges factor as well as organizing the principals and others for providing me this opportunity to be a part of this very crucial seminar at a very timely junction. Thank you so much.
Rajiv Kumar for presenting a conclusive report on the closing session, technical session 1, day 2 of this 3-day international conference. Thank you once again, sir. Now, technical session 2 will continue, but ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, let's break for sumptuous lunch in day 2, and you are then requested to assemble here after lunch. Let me announce the chairperson and co-chairperson of technical session 2. Dr. Devinder Kumar Sharma, Assistant Professor of Geology, Government College, Kala, shall act as chairperson of this technical session 2, and Dr. Siddheshwari, Assistant Professor of Sanskrit, TS Negi Government College, Council, will act as co-chairperson. I request both these officials to please start their proceedings, and let me now invite on stage the technical session 2. Based upon is Kritika Sharma, research scholar, forensic science at PU Shimla. The topic is vast but not erased forensic DNA recovery and its role in legal equity.
Yes, sir.
You are audible, Ms. Kritika. Please continue with your deliberations.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Um,
जी मैम आप बोलिए.
so can I start?
Yes.
So, good afternoon, respected principal, sir, other respected faculty of TS Negi Government Degree College, Reckong, other distinguished, respected guest speakers, fellow researchers, and all attendees. I am Ritika Sharma, and I am a PhD scholar in the Department of Forensic Science at Himachal Pradesh University. It's a great honor for me to present this research here today at this esteemed conference. One of the sub-theme of this conference, that is social justice, deeply resonates with the forensic science and with the research work I am presenting today. Before starting this presentation, I would like to draw your attention towards the moral principle on which forensic science works, and that is justice to all. And it itself justifies the social justice by ensuring that truth, fairness, and scientific evidence guide to the legal processes. Uh, so today's presentation
introductory part, review of literature, our objective for the study, methodology, outcomes of the study, discussion and conclusion, and the future recommendation for further advancement, and then references. So we will talk about abstract of this presentation. Offenders frequently attempt to destroy forensic evidences by laundering fabric stained with blood or semen, particularly in cases of sexual assault and violent crimes. This deliberate act poses significant challenges for forensic investigators, as suspects often assume that washing eliminates all traces of DNA, blood, a biologically complex fluid composed of cells, enzymes, and proteins, is commonly targeted due to its visibility, while seminal stains on clothing and bedding are similarly lost during laundering. The study investigated how laundering affects DNA recovery from fabric stained with blood and semen in forensic cases. So this is the graphical abstract here. It's basically a blueprint of our work. So we talk about definitions of forensic science and social justice. Forensic science is the application of scientific tools and methods to legal investigations. It's a collection, analysis, and interpretation of evidences. It integrates disciplines like biology and serology, toxicology, caution document, and fingerprinting. Importance of forensic science in social justice. It provides objective and reliable evidence for courts, helps identify suspects and establish facts, aids reconstruction of crime scenes, enhance credibility and accuracy of legal decisions, support justice by reducing uncertainty, crucial for law enforcement and public safety, and supports criminal and civil justice system. So forensic science deals with many evidences, including trace evidences. Trace evidences, as the name suggests, are tiny amount material or minute particles present in any crime scene, and sometimes these are not visible to naked eyes. And this theory was well supported by the Sir Edmund Locard by the law of exchange, which say every entity leaves their trace behind while coming contact. He was infamous French criminologist who established the first crime laboratory in Lyon, France, and also known as the father of forensic science. As my research focuses on these trace evidences retrieved through washed clothes in certain crimes like homicide and sexual assault, the fabric material comes in physical contact and become a host for the touch DNA. Touch DNA is transferred when someone contacts physically with anything. So we will discuss DNA in forensic science. How is this DNA working for the forensic science? It's accurate identification of victim and suspect will be done through this DNA analysis. It helps to exonerate innocent or prove the suspect guilty. It is used in solving crimes like sexual assault cases, maternity and paternity disputes. It solves homicide cases also. It helps to identify the mass disaster victims. Now we will talk about how and these evidence transfer to these textiles. Textiles like clothing, fibers, and fabrics can capture and retain various types of forensic evidences, making them crucial in investigations. So clothing can hold biological materials such as blood, saliva, sweat, and skin cells, and as well as trace evidences like fibers, dust, and soil. Analysis of textile evidences can help identify suspects, victims, and reconstruct crime scene events. So commonly found textile fabrics are cotton, cotton blend, denim, jeans, and polyester, etc. some criminal cases जिनका हमने यूज किया था डीएनए एविडेंस को रिट्रीव करने के लिए फ्रॉम वॉश्ड clothes. So the Golden State killer, the Green River killer case, the Amanda Knox case from Italy, UK case of Sally Ann Bowman, Priyadarshini Matu case, and various cases are also there. So our aim of this study to analyze the DNA resilience and recovery from the washed evidences. And our key objectives was to isolate and quantify the DNA from different types of fabric materials and to analyze the effect of various laundry procedures on quantity and purity of the DNA extracted from the washed clothes. This is the methodology we have opted. Biological fluids like blood and semen samples were collected from 3 individuals with consent in the vicinity of Himachal Pradesh University. So different fabrics were bought from the local market and then sterilized. And this is the sterilization of fabric process. Each fabric material has been soaked in warm water containing detergent for 5 minutes. and that was followed by rinsing with lukewarm water, and then we have washed finally with vinegar water solution, and the fabric sections was air dried and exposed to sunlight. Sterilized fabric was cut into 5 by 5 centimeter pieces and stored individually while maintaining sterile conditions in a Ziploc bag. So we have there's application of samples, how we did application of the samples on these fabric materials. Both samples, that is semen or blood, were applied on the cotton, denim, cotton blend, and polyester fabric. Then after application of blood and semen samples, the fabric were subjected to washing. And this table shows the washing procedure and conditions for fabric stained with biological samples. Here we have given the sample ID for the individuals, ZAX, and also for the and there are time intervals for the washing process, and there was the temperature for rinsing water, and there is washing agents we have used water, hot and cold, organic soaps and detergent. And these are the outcomes of our studies, where we have isolated our DNA, and then we have checked our purity. These results tables show the results for the washing procedure, DNA quantity and purity from blood and semen on cotton. And fabric, you can see there are washing procedures with uh, water conditions, temperature conditions, and the detergent we have used for washing, and then the blood DNA quantity in nanogram per microliter with DNA purity, semen DNA quantity with semen purity. And these are the all tables. And now at last we will discuss the effects of different laundry procedures on various fabrics. When we wash our fabric with distilled water at normal temperature, blood DNA retrieved were modern reduction, and semen DNA was retrieved with greater reduction, and purity was moderate. And we can conclude that partial removal of surface DNA and DNA remains on the fabric. Hot distilled water, we retrieve blood DNA.
Ritika, can you listen?
Yes,
Ritika,
yes, sir.
can you conclude with your findings?
Okay, sir. So the study shows that the type of fabric and washing conditions affect how well DNA can be recovered. Denim and cotton retain the most DNA, especially when unwashed or lightly washed. Semen provided higher DNA amounts and better quality than blood, even after washing, making it more reliable for forensic investigation. So forensic DNA analysis plays a significant role in promoting social justice by ensuring fair outcomes in the legal system, providing powerful tools for truth finding and protecting individual rights. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Ritika Sharma. Your topic was highly explorative, nicely organized, and well presented. Thank you very much.
Thank
May
you,
I
sir.
now invite our next speaker of the day, Mr. Devendra Kumar, Professor of Geography, more to present this topic, drug abuse and the rise of cheetah in Himachal Pradesh, socio-economic impacts and preventive measures.
I don't think. Devendra Singh है कोई क्या नाम? Devendra Singh is there, but not Devendra Kumar.
I think Professor Devendra Kumar is not best right now. So our next participant, Mr. Sudhyan Singh, Assistant Professor of Sociology, Government College Solent. Government College Solent. And the topic of his celebrations is Panchayati Raj, paradox of political empowerment among Kinoras in Himachal Pradesh.
Thank you, sir.
Please, sir, can you? Welcome.
Good afternoon to everyone present virtually. I am Sudhyan Singh. Basically, I am from Rarang, native place, and from Kinnaur only. Before I present my paper, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee of this wonderful international conference. Indeed, it is a great effort on the part of GDC Reckong. I also feel proud to be associated with this conference. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank especially to Dr. Uttam Sir, Principal Thakur Sen Negi Government Degree College, Reckong PO, with whom I work as colleague for a brief period in Government Degree College, Dharampur, Solan. I also express my gratitude to my senior sociologist, Professor Janak Negi, and my faculty friends in Government Degree College, Reckong PO. My topic for today's conference is the Panchayati Raj paradox of political empowerment among Kinnoras in Himachal Pradesh. Objective of this paper is to examine how the new Panchayati Raj system has reshaped power relations at the grassroots level among the Kinnoras in Himachal Pradesh. It focuses on the caste and class dynamics in Panchayat leadership and highlights the political exclusion of Dalits despite constitutional reforms, for example, provision of reservation to SC, ST, and women. And this paper is based on the fieldwork carried out in 3 villages of Kinnor, that is Nichar, Koti, and Kanam. Indian democracy reflects a paradox of grassroots democracy. New Panchayati Raj institutions broadened the representation socially, but in Kinnor, inclusiveness of representation of Dalits remained a distant dream. And this exclusion is not a new phenomena in Kinnor. If you go through the historical context of local governance, it is observed that in the pre-independence era, particularly during the princely states, the day-to-day administration in the villages was run by village council known as Charbai. And this council was caste-based, and upper caste held top posts, whereas lower caste were assigned only subordinate roles, and women were excluded in the village council. After independence, Panchayati Raj system in Himachal Pradesh was established in a statutory form under the provision of Himachal Pradesh Panchayati Raj Act 1953. During the 1960s, office bearers of Gram Panchayat were elected in every 3 years in a Gram Sabha meeting by show of hands. This mode continued till up to 1978, and after 1978, Panchayat members were elected directly by members of Gram Sabha through sacred ballots. Findings of the study show that this system failed to include marginalized section of the people in the political process at the grassroots level. Upper caste and class continued to dominate the political leadership. To correct this prolonged marginalization of marginalized people, the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992 was enacted. It aimed to democratize local governance and mandated reservation for women, SCs, and STs. And Himachal Pradesh has also enacted new legislation, that is Himachal Pradesh Panchayati Raj Act 1994, in the light of the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992, with effect from 23rd April 1994. Panchayati Raj system attained its constitutional status, and the existing 2-tier in the Panchayati Raj system, namely Gram Panchayat and Panchayat Samiti, gave way to the establishment of 3-tier Panchayati Raj system at the village level, block, and the Jila Parishad at district level. In the meantime, new legislation enacted and the Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act 1996, popularly known as PESA Act, came into force in Kinnor from 2000. The implementation of PESA Act adversely affected the interests of the Dalits, as this act abolished the rights of the lower caste or Dalits to contest the post of chairman at all the 3 levels of Panchayati Raj institution. Section 4G of this act provides that at all the levels, all the places for the post of chairperson shall be reserved for the scheduled tribes. This has impacted the original inhabitants from the Dalits of Kinnor because they have been categorized as scheduled tribe earlier. Thus, they were politically marginalized with the enforcement of this provision. Dalits resisted this provision, and in the year 2003, state government decided to give scheduled caste community, that is original inhabitants, the dual status, that is scheduled caste as well as scheduled tribe. But the field study shows that this dual status to lower caste or Dalits has not changed much in empowering the lower caste in the Panchayati Raj institutions. Although Dalits can have the status of scheduled tribe after the conferment of dual status and open to contest the election of chairpersons at all the three levels of Panchayati Raj institutions. But it proved a distant dream to reach to the post of Panchayati Raj, as Dalits constitute minority in almost all the villages in Kinnaur, and they have not adequate vote bank to ensure their victory in the elections of Panchayat. Comparatively, larger population of upper caste is still playing an important role in retaining the post of presidents in the hands of upper caste. Secondly, the caste-based identities and practices still continue that exclude Dalits from exercising their leadership roles. Studies showed that lower caste or Dalits people could not get opportunity of reservation in the three villages, and not a single person from lower Dalits elected to this post after the implementation of PESA Act. Only one woman from Dalit could reach to the post of Pradhan in village Kanam, but that too before the implementation of PESA Act. Thus, in conclusion, it is observed that Panchayati Raj has broadened the participation of people in local governance, but has not reordered power in Kinnaur. Upper caste, including women, have consolidated their dominance, while Dalits remain politically marginalized despite constitutional rights. Caste-based discrimination, socio-economic exclusion still persist in Kinnaur, which have hampered the chances of Dalits to attain the top post in the Panchayati Raj institutions. Therefore, to ensure true grassroots democracy, specific institutional mechanisms are required to empower lower caste in local governance. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, mediators, may I ask one question, please? No. Professor Satyan sir, there is one question.
Ji.
Hello, sir. Namaste, sir.
Please.
Julie.
Namaste. Ji.
Sir, I am a social welfare officer here, and I am also a part of this program. And I'm listening to all the dignitaries over here with very attentively, I must say. So thank you very much for sharing the insight regarding PESA and everything that you have concluded right now. Just want to ask whether you have selected three villages like Karnam is there, Koti is there, and Nichar is also.
Ji.
There is parallelly running a program through my department only, that is Pradhan Mantri Adarsh Gram Yojana, where villages are selected on the parameters of maximum SC population.
Ji.
My person. So I just want to ask you, sir, since you chose these three villages, Nichar, Koti, and Kana, from these three, not a single village come into this periphery, while we have maximum SC population. What is your take on this?
In fact, I chose these three villages, particularly belonging to three different blocks or the divisions of Kinnaur on the administrative ground.
Right.
There is no other way. Second reason to choose these three villages, because we have already secondary data or the sources, that is a monograph on these three villages are available with the census department.
Okay.
Excuse me.
But my concern is, sir, like we have Kambos, we have your Dharma, and we have
my submission is that most of the villages, not all the villages, most of the villages are upper caste dominated.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
हाँ जी हाँ.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Any other queries, please?
Information. In fact, you delved deep into your explorations. It was well organized, very informative, and practical deliberations. Thank you very much once again, sir.
Thank you, sir.
May I now invite our next speaker of the day, Dr. Deepali Ashok, and Professor of Botany, Government College Mandi, to talk about climate and sustainability, tribal models of natural resource management in Spiti Valley, Himachal Pradesh.
वहाँ देखो ना राइट गिरना क्या कर सकते हैं nothing we can do. The next Dipali show is there. नहीं है दीपाली इट्स नॉट देयर सर दीपाली नहीं
Dr. Deepali Ashok.
नहीं
Sir, Deepali Ashok is not connected. Since she is unable to respond. So may I now next call upon Mr. Singh, Assistant Professor of Chemistry, Government College Mandi. This topic is society and governments of abuse prevention focus on cheetah, disaster resilience and social justice. Professor Mehdi. Q2 is not there, I think. So may I now next call Dr. Rakesh Kumar, Associate Professor of Botany, Government Arya Degree College, Nurpur.
नहीं है
Very next call upon Dr. Ghanshyam Singh Soni, Assistant Professor of Philosophy, Government College, Solent, to deliberate upon the topic community, culture and conservation in the tribal park sustainable property, building for collective well-being. Dr. Ghanshyam Singh ji, listen me, sir.
अच्छा मैं भी नहीं अभी तो था ठीक है जाके नहीं है सर नहीं नहीं है अभी थोड़ी देर पहले था आपने कर लिया हाँ मैं खा के आया
Dear delegates, dear participants, let's break for lunch and then we shall resume at 2:15. Please rejoin us when we shall reassemble at 2:15. Let's have a short break. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
I think they have taken a break, Dr. Singh, till 2:15.
Okay, ma'am. It is concluded now? The session third?
I don't know. They've gone for a break and they will restart at 2:15. At 2:15.
Okay.
Thank you, doctor. I'm also a participant. I don't know really.
Okay. बोलो बोलो सर।
कल से नहीं लगा किसके
Dr. Bridget, Dr. Singh has a question for you.
जो छापी ना आपने उसकी पीडीएफ लाइब्रेरी आप लोग बोलोगे पब्लिश करने वाले हाँ जिन्होंने पब्लिश किया मैं बोल दिया Ma'am, we may postpone another session of which further you are ready with your preparation, with your deliberation. You may start. कौन बैठ गया नाम तो बताओ इसका क्या है ये कौन बैठ गया
डॉक्टर
बता दिए करो ना इंटीमेट तो कर दिए करो आप देखना 2 बजे मैंने 2:15 अनाउंस किया था हेलो डॉक्टर अपेरना हेलो
Good afternoon,
हेलो
Dr. Bridget.
डॉक्टर अपेरना you want to speak right now
As you want. I am here waiting.
okay wait for 1 minute just 1 minute
No,
give me 1
I think you have a break, right? So we can start after the break. Past
okay we
two, I
we
think.
will have your presentation at 2:15 after the break
Okay, I'm here. No
thank
worries.
you thank you ऐसे नोट पर स्पीकर छोड़ रहे हो हम ट्रांसपोर्ट और मीडिया से आनी चाहिए ना मुझे पता है हाँ ये
Please, so guest speaker and dear participant, and more importantly, the students and research scholars of the SME Government College Confio. Once again, I welcome you back here after break. And now invite Dr. Rajesh Chauhan, one of our special guests, to take on the stage and invite our next keynote speaker, Dr. Apirna Boluru, IT professional, linguist, child psychologist, and neuroscientist. After Dr. Apirna Boleru's speech or keynote address, I would like to request our chairperson of technical session 2, Dr. Devinder Sharma, to present conclusive remarks on technical session 2. Dr. Rajesh Chauhan, please take on the stage.
Can you hear me, sir? It's Devinder Singh.
Right, we invite Dr. Apirna Boleru, who is renowned renowned academicians, not only in Asian region, but she is very popular in European Union also. Dr. Apirna Boleru has done BSc in Computer Science from Sussex University, UK, and then MSc Computer Science. Then she done MA English Philosophy from Cambridge University, UK. After that, she done PhD in Child Psychology. She is very popular speaker internationally, and we are very lucky that we have her with us today in this international conference. And Dr. Apirna, it's over to you. You have a lot of awards like UK Queen's Award for Excellence. You got that award in 1994. European Union Joint Research Commission Award you got in 2004. Then in 2014, you got Open Knowledge Award for Best Business Initiatives from the House of Nobel Prize. And in 2019, you done this Guinness Book of World Record as the most humanitarian person of the world. Then European Business Award and India Dietetic Award and MSME Award from the Government of India and Iconic Award. So you are most learned personality in our conference today, and you have represented. You have given presentation to in big stage all around the world. So it's over to you. You can speak Hindi also, but आज तो हम आपकी अंग्रेजी सुनेंगे, and you have 10-15 minutes time, and after that we will have 2-3 questions at least from you, and give opportunity to our students who are part of this conference. Like you have my school Italy chain working all over world, particularly for Hyderabad project. If you have some options, we have very talented students here. They have, many of them have they have done BSc, BCom, and BCA also, and they are really bright students and want exposure outside our state. So that's all from my side. It's over to you, Dr. Apirna. She's well known to me for many years now, and we work together in many projects.
Thank you, Dr. Brajesh. Thank you, everyone, for having me here today. So I would first speak about my day's topic, and that's emerging technologies. I would also like to present my presentation simultaneously, so I will share my screen. So it's about AI, big data, and digital communication. As these technologies continue to transform every part of our lives, we face a critical question. How do we ensure that innovation serves humanity and not the other way around? AI is shaping decision making, big data is reshaping how we understand people and behavior, and digital communication connects or divides the global population. We are yet to decide whether it's connecting us or dividing us. But alongside these advances, we face ethical concerns, bias, surveillance, miscommunication, misinformation, and inequality. Today, I'll explore how we can navigate this evolving landscape with ethics at the core. So, I'll start with this question asking you, could an AI deny you a job? And if it does, would you accept it? Yes, we have accepted it because a very big corporation, a tech company, major tech company, was found to favor only the male applicants. And why did this happen? Because the system was trained on historical hiring data, which reflected the past bias. So, this highlights a core issue. AI isn't objective. It reflects the data and values we feed into it. And when a bias is automated, it can scale injustice very, very quickly. So AI taught to favor male candidates. It learned from the bias of the historical hiring data. It raised concerns of discrimination. When by the time the company realized why were they hiring only the men and not the women, by then it was too late. They had already hired. And this was all done by the data given to the AI, and AI was hiring. So, this is what happens when you leave it to AI. This is just a small example, a case study that I give you today. But AI has been doing this in most of our situations, most of the scenarios, and we have never come to know what AI is doing and how AI is discriminating. So, what's shaping our world? Artificial intelligence involves machines learning from the data and making decisions. Think about facial recognition, AI chatbots, and autonomous vehicles. This is what AI is now helping us or marring us. These are the minefields that AI is posing us today, the ethical minefields. The challenge is these systems often learn from human biases. If your data is biased, the AI's decision will be biased too. And also, often we don't know how these decisions are made. This lack of transparency is today called black box problem. But how many of us know about this black box? Then comes today's my next topic, the big data, which is more than just large data. It's fast, complex, and often collected without people even knowing. It powers everything from Google search suggestions to COVID-19 contact tracing. But who owns this data? Are people really giving informed consent when they click I agree? Are we okay with governments or corporations knowing where we go, what we buy, even what we say? For example, today if I watch a small reel on TikTok, and immediately I see so many similar reels popping up. So, where are we sharing this data? How does AI know this? How is it owning? So all these, are we giving consent? So the digital communication is the other thing that I wanted to talk about today. Digital communication. Today, we are linked together. You're watching me and I am participating in this conference through Zoom. How many of us really give the consent that yes, we will be using Zoom and we signed the privacy? Hardly none of us read, at least I did not. And from Zoom to TikTok, what has TikTok done? They are allowing the activists to mobilize, but also enable misinformation and hate speech. And the best example is what happened in Nepal. We all are aware of it. And have they democratized speech? Yes, but also they have created echo chambers. Not only they have equal access, but the chambers that these gadgets or this AI, big data, or digital communication create, they create echo chambers. If I say a word, I have 100 or 1,000 or million more people saying the same thing. So in this way, we can use or misuse all these things. So innovations. So what do we need today? We need innovations, but innovations versus our own rights. Another big example is the smartphone apps, which track even our movement. Every move that we make is tracked. Location data can be used for advertising, but also handed over to law enforcement or sold to data brokers. We often trade privacy for convenience, as we did today while checking in for Zoom. But are we fully aware of the cost? Ethics demand that we ask who benefits from this data and at whose expense. So these are the sum of the global issues in the technology that today I could think of. Technology development often faces trade-offs. For example, we prioritize efficiency, even if it means compromising our fairness. So, ethical challenges aren't the same everywhere. This is what I call it as digital colonization. In developing regions, access to technology is still a major barrier. Meanwhile, AI tools often reflect Western cultural values, potentially disregarding others. There's a danger of digital colonization. That's what I call as digital inequality or cultural bias. Access is fundamentally unequal. When access is fundamentally unequal, then where is the equality of technology reaching? Those who don't have access to this kind of technology or big data or digital communication, are they going to be left behind? Yes, they are definitely going to be left behind. And in this busy, ever growing technological world, what is their fate? I think the college principals should think about this. The university, the government should think about this so that no one is left behind in this digital world. Then I come for the better tech and better future and a responsible innovation. And in this, I have three pillars to talk about today. The governance. This is very, very important because in European Union, we have something called GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation. They even fined the Facebook for millions and millions of dollars for evading this. And now they're coming up with something called AI Act. So do we need these similar acts? India is a large country with so much of population, 1.4 billion, that's not a joke. And we have no such rules and regulations to protect our data. So do we need? Yes, we do need. My pillars two that I want to talk about is the design of the technology itself. Ethical design needs to start early, not after the harm is done. This means conducting fairness audits, building transparency into systems, and listening to diverse stakeholders. Some companies now have ethics team or review boards, but we need to go further and embed ethics into every stage of development. But how can we do that without awareness? So one of the most powerful tools we have is education. We need to train developers, business leaders, and policymakers to think ethically. We also need to raise public awareness. People should understand what data they are giving up and why it matters. Ethical literacy should be as fundamental as digital literacy. The choice is ours. The pace of technology can change because it is not slowing down. AI will continue to evolve, and with it, new dilemmas will arise, like synthetic media, emotional AI, or neurodata. The future is not just about what we can build, but what we should build. And with this, I come to the conclusion of my today's presentation, and with just one line for you all. Sorry.
Dr. Apurna,
I'm
we have
finishing.
we have principal of the college with me here. Can you see? From our side, we want to know that in your organization, My School Italy Chain, which is international chain of schools, can you provide some jobs to the students of GDC TS Negi College? Or can the employment officer of this college share some biodatas of students with you, or what options you have like this?
That was very nice, Dr. Brijesh. Certainly, yes, I can hire as many students as possible. How many you will send from Shimla? I'm so attached to Shimla, Himachal Pradesh, and to you, Dr. Brijesh. Anything for you. So please do send. We can do 1 month of online training, so they can have this training from their own place, and then they can decide if they like once they are trained at least. And then yes, we would also arrange accommodation and everything, and we are the most secured school, this you know.
Yes. Some girls and boys, those who will be interested, you will interact with them. Certainly, they will be under the supervision of some employment officers here. And I know something like they will get around 15,000 or something with accommodation, or without accommodation, they will be paid around 25,000. This is what we were discussing perhaps roughly. In Hyderabad.
Exactly, Dr.
Because they
Yes.
have their school of chains in high-tech city area of Hyderabad. उधर तो वैसे भी घूमने जाना हो तो बहुत पैसा खर्च होता है, but these students they will have opportunity to work even.
Yes, and Hyderabad is throwing a lot of opportunities. So I welcome all students. Do think about it, because here also I see a lot of students from Himachal Pradesh who are studying here, who are working here, who are living in PGs. So definitely through Dr. Brijesh, I would like to promote this. And always a requirement is there for teachers in our preschools and also in our primary schools. तो आप लोग आइए, लेकिन आने से पहले प्रोफेशनली आइए, थोड़ा सा ट्रेनिंग लेकर, and that training also we will give.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Apurna. We will talk about this,
Thank you so much.
and maybe we will propose some MOU with your organization and TS Navy College.
Certainly.
So that will be very nice. Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
yes, and also Dr. Brijesh, also for skill development. Whenever you want to do skill development in your college there, and send it to us, we can definitely send such CVs to the recruitment agencies here in case they want to find some other kind of jobs in their such kind of skill development sectors that you have done.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very
for
much.
spending time. Thank you. So we have with us Dr. Devendra Sharma, Assistant Professor of Zoology, Government College, Kala, as the Chairperson of Technical Session 2, assisted by Dr. Siddheshwari Lambu, Department of Sanskrit, DSDG Government College, Reckong, District, Kinnaur. So may I now request Dr. Devendra Sharma ji to kindly make conclusive remarks of Technical Session 2 so that we can begin with the Technical Session 3 of the day.
I think, first of all, good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
I think Gyan sir is holding the stage. I am not Dr. Devendra Sharma, I am Dr. Devendra Singh. A little correction. And I would like to say my appreciation to the principal, Government College Reckong, Dr. Uttam, for organizing such a beautiful congregation of the beautiful minds, and they have presented their research work in a very elaborate manner. I am seeing my former colleagues, Professor Janak Negi also there. His source of inspiration during my stay at Reckong. I am seeing Professor Dharm Kirti doing fabulous job there. He is, I think, the organizing secretary in this beautiful congregation of the scientific arguments. The topic chosen by the organizer, community, culture, and conservation, and then the pathway shown by the tribal communities is a very, very beautiful and skillfully chosen one. In this session, I come across two presentations. One was on forensic DNA, and it was presented from the one of the research scholar from Shimla University, and it was very well presented, in which she elaborately explained about how this forensic DNA is useful for collecting data during investigations and even evidence collection. And that was a very beautiful presentation. Then there was a presentation from, I forget the name of the respected teacher who presented. I think he was from Solan, and he was talking about the Panchayati Raj in Kinnaur, particularly in Kinnaur. And he was talking about, in relation to the marginalized section or Dalit section in Kinnaur and how they are represented in Panchayati Raj. And that was also a very beautiful woven presentation. At last, there was a special presentation by Miss Aparna Valeru, and she beautifully explained the recent technology, artificial intelligence, then machine learning, etc., how that is be useful in today's world and how our generation be benefited from that. And I found it very encouraging that one of your special guests, Dr. Brijesh, was arguing or pursuing her for the placement of the student, and that was a nice gesture from during this whole process. That's all during this session, during this third session of technical online session. Thank you. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to chair the session.
Technical Session 2, we are really thankful to you, sir. So now we are going to begin with the Technical Session 3. May I now introduce to you Dr. Sher Singh Negi, Assistant Professor of Economics from TS Government College, PO. He shall be chairing this session, assisted by Dr. Yashwant Rana, Department of Geology, T.S. Negi Government College, Reckong. I request both them to start recording the proceedings in technical session. May I now invite the first speaker of technical session 3, Ms. Lata, third scholar, Department of Geology, Maharaja Agrasen University, Gaddi. Her topic is neuroprotective potential of narration, a promising strategy against neurodegeneration.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, please.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I am Lata, research scholar from Department of Zoology, Maharaja Agrasen University. Today, I am presenting on neuroprotective potential of naringenin, a promising strategy against neurodegeneration. Neurodegeneration gives rise to various neurological disorders, including Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and Huntington's disease, which is a serious global health challenge. And naringenin is a flavonoid found in citrus fruits, shows antioxidant and neuroprotective properties. So this slide represents the outline of my presentation. Starting from introduction, neurodegeneration refers to the gradual loss of neurons, which leads to the problem with memory, thinking, and movement. And the main features of neurodegenerative disorders are Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson, and Huntington's disease. The major causes behind this neurodegeneration are neural damage, is oxidative stress, mitochondrial dysfunction, inflammation in the brain. This figure represents the various neurological disorders, which the first one is Huntington disease, which is due to degeneration in medium spiny neurons. The second one is Parkinson disease, that is due to dopamine neuron degeneration. The next one is ALS, that is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is due to degeneration in motor neurons. The last one is Alzheimer's disease due to degeneration in pyramidal neuron. This slide represents the major hallmarks behind neurodegeneration, which include oxidative stress, neuronal inflammation, neural degeneration, and abnormal protein like beta amyloid plaques and alpha synucleic aggregates. These processes damages the neurons and lead to progressive brain decline. The next slide represents the drugs that currently available only give the symptomatic relief without stopping disease progression or reverse of this disease. So there are various natural bioactive compounds are gaining the attention as they act on the multiple pathways to protect the neurons. Among multiple natural bioactive compounds, we have selected naringenin, which stand out as a promising antioxidant with strong neuroprotective potential. Starting with naringenin, which is naturally occurring flavonoid present in citrus fruits, belongs to the flavonol class of the flavonoids. This is the molecular structure of naringenin, which consists of flavonol backbone, which have basic 3-ring skeleton made up of 2 benzene rings, and it consists of hydroxyl group present in 5th, 4th, and 7th position, which is responsible for their antioxidant and neuroprotective activities. This slide represents the various sources of naringenin as it found in citrus fruits, which include orange, lemons, cherries, tomatoes, grapefruits, pistachios, etc. This slide represents the various properties of naringenin, which include anti-inflammatory activity, antioxidant activity, anticoagulation activity. It also offers cardio protection by supporting the health of our heart. It also represents anti-atherogenic activity by preventing the formation of plaques in blood vessels, and neuroprotective property by showing its antioxidant mechanism. Then anti-carcinogenic properties by inhibiting the growth of cancerous cells, antiviral properties by inhibiting the infections, and anti-diabetic by in stimulating the glucose stimulation. This slide represents the mechanism of neuroprotection of naringenin. Naringenin, first of all, inhibits the anti-apoptotic mechanism by inhibiting various signaling pathway, which include JNK-P38 pathway, phosphorylation signaling pathway, caspase 3 activity, caspase 9 activity, and BEX. After that, it also inhibits the inflammation in the brain by inhibiting the functioning of various cytokines, majorly inflammatory cytokines, that is TNF-alpha, interleukin-1 beta, ROS, INOS, and NF-kappa beta. Then it also activates the NRF2-ARE pathway, which helps in the defense of antioxidant against oxidative stress. Then it also activates the BDNF and GDNF pathway. These whole pathways, including anti-apoptotic action, anti-inflammatory action, antioxidant action, and neurotrophic factors, help in the dopaminic degeneration and helpful in anti-neurodegeneration effects. Now coming to the experimental evidences on neuroprotection of naringenin. This slide represents the various studies, in vivo studies, including models such as zebrafish and rodent models, mice, rats, and this slide represents the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Lata ma'am, for your lovely presentation of your topic. You really delved deep into your topic and explained remarkably well. I now next call upon Sushil Kumar, Associate Professor of Physical Education, Government College, Haryana, to present this topic, human well-being and longevity.
Yes.
Professor Sushil Kumar, if you come here, please hear me.
हेलो
सर प्लीज आप शुरू
हाँ सर, आवाज आ रही है? नमस्कार सभी को सर। तो आज का विषय है जैसे मेरा ह्यूमन वेलबीइंग एंड लॉन्जिविटी। लॉन्जिविटी मींस दीर्घायु, आयु का जो हम मैनेजमेंट है, हम अपने जीवन को कितना लंबा जी सकते हैं। दीर्घायु एक स्वस्थ जीवन जीने की शैली है और हम कितना लंबे समय तक जी सकते हैं, यह भी एक शोध का विषय है। वैज्ञानिक, डॉक्टर और जितने भी हमारे दार्शनिक हैं, उनके लिए एक रिसर्च का विषय है। दीर्घायु का मतलब केवल अपनी आयु बढ़ाना नहीं है, बल्कि जीवन की गुणवत्ता को, क्वालिटी लाइफ भी जीना है। दीर्घायु तो हम बढ़ा सकते हैं, लेकिन उसमें हम कितने रोग मुक्त हैं, कितनी हमारी जो है हम बीमारियों से जो मुक्त हैं। तो लंबा आयु जो है वो जीने के लिए कई फैक्टर हैं। हमारी जो है हेरिडेटरी है, हमारी जीवन शैली है, परंपरा है, स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं हैं, हमारी सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक प्रथाएं इसके ऊपर निर्भर करती हैं। आयुर्वेद में भी जो है, जिसको इन सब चीजों का हमें वर्णन मिलता है। आयुर्वेद का मतलब ही है कि आयु का विज्ञान। आयुर्वेद जो है वो दीर्घायु का भी वे उल्लेख करता है, जिसमें कि आपके चरक संहिता, सुश्रुत संहिता और आपका जो है इसमें जो बताया गया है आहार विहार, दिनचर्या, ऋतुचर्या, मानसिक शांति, त्रिदोष, वात पित्त कफ जो हमारे हैं, उसको हम कैसे संतुलित करना है, और इनको संतुलित करके हम जो है वो अपनी आयु को लंबा कर सकते हैं। वेदों में तो यहाँ तक भी बताया गया कि हमारे ऋषि मुनि जिनको माना जाता है कि वो 100, 200, 400, 500 वर्ष तक भी जिए हैं, उन्होंने किस प्रकार से अपने जीवन को जो है सुव्यवस्थित कर रखा था, आहार विहार किस तरह से लेते थे। ये भी माना जाता है, जैसे हमें कहा जाता है कि भगवान ने हमें इस 84 लाख योनियों के पश्चात इस मानव जीवन में भेजा है, तो हमें ही सबसे ज्यादा समझ है एक जीवन जीने की, किस तरह से हमें जीवन जीना है। तो आमतौर भाषा में लोग कहते हैं, आम बोलचाल में भी कहते हैं कि जीवन में भगवान ने जितने श्वास लिखे हैं उतना ही आदमी यहाँ पर जीता है। लेकिन श्वास की बात आती है तो हम श्वास को अपने को लंबा भी कर सकते हैं। जितना हम लंबे समय तक श्वास को रोके रखेंगे या लंबा श्वास लेंगे, उससे हम अपने श्वास की काउंटिंग को बढ़ा सकते हैं। अगर भगवान ने ऐसा निश्चित किया है कि जितने लंबे, कई लोग हैं वो 1 मिनट 2 मिनट पुराने लोग जो है आपने योगी देखे होंगे, 10-15 मिनट के बाद भी सांस लेते थे। तो ये भी एक बड़ा मेजर कारण है अपनी आयु को बढ़ाने का, लॉन्जेविटी का। और दूसरा हमारा जो है भी इतिहास में जो है वो दीर्घायु एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय रहा है। धार्मिक इसमें आप ऋषियों मुनियों और वीरों का भी, जो हमारे योद्धा थे उनका भी जीवित रहने, लंबे समय तक जीवित रहने का जो हमें वर्णन मिलता है। ये हमारे जो आयुर्वेद में वैद्य जिन्हें कहा जाता है, धन्वंतरी, अत्रि और चरक जैसे जो महान आचार्य हैं, जो दीर्घायु पर जिन्होंने बहुत काम किया है। और इसी प्रकार जो हमारा WHO को अगर देखा जाए तो हमारा जो 1900 के लगभग जो है वो हमारी एवरेज जो एज थी वो 45 के करीब थी। लेकिन आज जो है जो बढ़कर लगभग जो है 74 वर्ष के करीब हो गई है। उसके सबके पीछे कारण हमारा ये है कि हमारे लाइफस्टाइल, हमारी अप्रोच हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज के लिए, हमारा भोजन, डाइट, हमारा हेरिडिटरी मेजर फैक्टर हैं इसके हमारे लॉन्जेविटी के लिए और इसकी क्वालिटी लाइफ के लिए। तो जो हमारा इसका जैविक आधार, बायोलॉजिकल फैक्टर्स हैं हमारे, उसमें आता है हमारा हेरिडिटरी। जैसे हम हेरिडिटी से भी हमें जो है वो बहुत कुछ आता है। अगर हमारा किसी के बुजुर्ग जो है पूर्व जो है वो लंबी आयु जिए होंगे, वो भी क्वालिटीज हमारे जीन्स हमारे बीच आएंगे। और वो कैसे जीन्स आएंगे कि वो रोग मुक्त थे। अगर वो रोग मुक्त होंगे तो हमारे लिए वरदान है। अगर वो हम रोग को भी कैरी करेंगे आगे तो हमारे लिए वो परेशानी, लंबा जीवन तो होगा लेकिन परेशानी भरा होगा। हमारा जो है वो हम रोग मुक्त नहीं होंगे, हमें वो समस्याएं साथ ही चलती रहेंगी। हार्मोन बैलेंस जो है इसमें एक मेजर फैक्टर है। हार्मोन जैसे इंसुलिन, ग्रोथ हार्मोन, कार्टिसोल और जो हार्मोन, ये बाकी जो है शरीर में जो हमारी ह्यूमन बॉडी में संतुलन रखते हैं, ऊर्जा का, रोग, हमारी इम्यूनिटी सिस्टम को जो है वो बढ़ाते हैं। और हमारे जो है मेंटल स्वास्थ्य पर भी, हमारा मेंटल हेल्थ पर भी एक गहरा प्रभाव डालते हैं। आयुर्वेद में भी जो इन चीजों को जो मेंटल पीस के लिए प्राणायाम, ध्यान, उपवास, सात्विक आहार इत्यादि पर जो है वो बल दिया गया है। इसके ऊपर, इसके पश्चात जो मेजर हमारा फैक्टर है इसका, हमारा लॉन्जेविटी का, वो हमारा डाइट है। डाइट हमारे ऊपर जो है वो हर एक व्यक्ति को जो है वो इस प्रकार की डाइट लेनी चाहिए कि वो बैलेंस डाइट हो, जिसमें कि आप कहते हैं, आम भाषा में सुना जाता है कि कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स, प्रोटीन, विटामिन, मिनरल्स, फैट्स इत्यादि जो जो संतुलित तरीके से जो हो, उनका उसी प्रकार की हमें जो है भोजन का सेवन करना चाहिए। दीर्घायु के लिए जो है वो आयुर्वेद कहता है कि हमें हितकर, मिताहार और जो है वो सामर्थ्य आहार जो है वो प्रेफर करना चाहिए। इसमें जो हमारे वो भोजन प्रेफर करना चाहिए हमें जो एंटीऑक्सीडेंट से भरा हो, फाइबर से भरा हो। और जो है उसमें इसमें हम ज्यादातर हम स्प्राउट्स का भी जो है वो यूज कर सकते हैं। आजकल जैसे मिलेट्स का भी प्रचलन है। हमें जो है हमारी जैसे हम देखा जाता है कि मैदा, नमक और चीनी, इन जो 3 चीजें घातक हैं ये हमारे लिए, तो ये इन चीजों से हमें बचना चाहिए और हमें मोटे अनाज का ज्यादातर प्रयोग करना चाहिए। लॉन्जिविटी, दीर्घायु के लिए जो हमारा जो है ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण फैक्टर है ये आहार हमारा। नेक्स्ट आता है हमारा ये हमारा एक्सरसाइज, फिजिकल एक्टिविटी, जो कि एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण इसका पार्ट है हमारा शरीर जो है वो जितना हम इससे काम करेंगे उतना ही ये उपयोगी साबित होगा। हम जितना इसको आराम देंगे हमारे जो है वो सिस्टम जो है वो उतना ही काम करना जो है उनकी कार्यक्षमता काम हो जाएगी। अगर हम जितनी एक्सरसाइज करते हैं, चाहे हम योगा करते हैं, व्यायाम करते हैं, कसरत करते हैं, खेलते हैं, दौड़ते हैं, कूदते हैं, कोई भी खेल खेलते हैं, तो हमारे शरीर की सारी जो शारीरिक प्रणालियां हैं, हमारी हमारी बॉडी सिस्टम्स हैं, चाहे वो सर्कुलरिटी सिस्टम है, चाहे वो डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम है, चाहे वो हमारा रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम है, एक्सक्रीटरी सिस्टम, जितने भी हमारे सिस्टम है उनका जो वो सारे पूरी तरह से एक्टिवेट हो जाते हैं और उनकी जो है कार्यकुशलता, कैपेसिटी जो है कार्य करने की क्षमता भी बढ़ती है और कार्यकुशलता भी बढ़ती है, जिससे हमारा फिटनेस लेवल जो है बहुत ऊंचा चला जाता है। और फिटनेस लेवल हमारा ऊंचा होने से हमारी जो वो लॉन्जेविटी जो है वो निश्चित होती है। इसके पश्चात हमारा जो है वो आता है मेजर फैक्टर जो है मेंटल स्ट्रेस जो है हमारा उसका मैनेजमेंट। आज की लाइफ इतनी भाग दौड़ भरी है, हर आदमी के पास जो है समय होते हुए भी समय नहीं है, तो इतना स्ट्रेस आदमी लेकर चल रहा है तो उसको जो है वो अपने जीवन के प्रति वो ऐसे लग रहा है उदासीन होता जा रहा है। तो मेंटल स्ट्रेस को मैनेज करने के लिए जो हमें एक जो है वो जैसे हमारे योगा में ध्यान, धारणा, इसमें जो है बहुत बहुत मेजर मेडिटेशन जो मेजर फैक्टर जो है वो ये है, बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं ये। तो इसके पश्चात जो हमारा जो है वो नेक्स्ट है हमारा जो है हानिकारक जो हमारे सब्सटेंसेस हैं, नशे हैं, उनसे हमें बचना चाहिए। तंबाकू, शराब, जो है वो हमारा सिगरेट, बीड़ी, पान, जो भी जो जिस प्रकार के भी हानिकारक तत्व है उनसे हमें बचना चाहिए। और इससे क्या होता है कि हमारे शरीर पर कई प्रकार के दुष्प्रभाव पड़ते हैं। तो इसमें हमें जो है वो अपने दीर्घायु के लिए जो है वो हमें अपने आप ही सारा प्रबंधन करना पड़ता है। ये कोई भगवान का हमें वरदान तो नहीं मिलेगा, हमें खुद ही इन चीजों के लिए जो है वो अपना प्रयास करने होंगे। उसके पश्चात मेजर फैक्टर आता है आपका एनवायरनमेंट, प्रदूषण और स्वच्छता। जो जिस वातावरण में जो व्यक्ति जहां रहता है उस पर उस वातावरण के उसके ऊपर काफी प्रभाव पड़ते हैं। जो व्यक्ति इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में रहते हैं वो जो है वो उनके ऊपर पोल्यूशन का ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ता है। उनके पानी जो भी उनका भी जो है पानी भी उसका होता है। खेती बाड़ी में जितने भी पेस्टिसाइड्स और इंसेक्टिसाइड्स यूज किए जा रहे हैं वो सारे हमारे जो है वो शरीर में जाते हैं, वो प्रदूषण का कारण बनते हैं। जल में प्रदूषण होता है, वायु में प्रदूषण होता है, ध्वनि में प्रदूषण होता है। तो जिस ये भी एक लॉन्जेविटी का एक मेजर फैक्टर है। जो लोग शांत एरियो में रहते हैं, स्वस्थ जो है वो स्वच्छ वायु और उसमें मैक्सिमम जो हरे भरे जंगली वादियों में रहते हैं, वहाँ दीर्घायु का जो ज्यादा देखा गया है। हमारे बीच में एक ब्रजेश चौहान जी हैं, मैं इनके उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा कि मैं इनको 30 साल से देख रहा हूँ, पिछले पता नहीं चलता है कि ये तब वैसे थे कि आज वैसे हैं। तो ये एक इनकी लॉन्जेविटी का इनके पास एक बहुत बड़ा हथियार है। हम इनसे भी बहुत बड़ा इस विषय पर जो ज्ञान ले सकते हैं। उसके पश्चात आता है हमारा सामाजिक, सोशल हमारे रिलेशनशिप कैसे हैं, सोशल हमारा सेटअप कैसा है। तो हमारे जो लॉन्जेविटी का एक ये भी एक आधार है कि हमारे जितने भी मानसिक सामाजिक रिश्ते हैं, हमारे अगर रिश्तेदारी स्ट्रांग होंगे, परिवार हमारा हमारे साथ होगा, तो ये भी एक मेजर फैक्टर होता है। हमारे अकेलापन जो है वो एक कई बीमारियों का कारण, कई इसका स्ट्रेस का काम आपका इसमें कई प्रकार की परेशानियां, अकेलापन जो है वो हमें देता है। तो इससे हमारा सोशल लाइफ, सोशल सेटअप जो है वो हमारी आयु को बढ़ाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है। उसके पश्चात आता है कि हमारी स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं, जो हमारी हेल्थ सर्विसेज हैं, हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज हैं, उनका हमें हमारे हमारे ऊपर बहुत गहरा प्रभाव पड़ता है। अगर हम एक अच्छी जगह पर रह रहे हैं, अच्छी जगह जहाँ पे सारी जो है वो स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं उपलब्ध हैं, तो वो भी हमें जो एक लंबा जीवन जीने में मदद करती हैं। और इसके पश्चात हमारा एक साइंटिफिक जो डेवलपमेंट है, जैसे हमारी आज नई कई रिसर्चेज हो रही हैं, कई प्रकार की नई मेडिसिन आ रही हैं जो हमें लंबा जीवन जीने के लिए जो सहायता करती हैं। रीजनरेटिव मेडिसिन जो है वो हमारे जीवन को लंबा करने के लिए, दीर्घायु को, लॉन्जिविटी को बढ़ाने के लिए जो है वो ये हमारे लिए काफी महत्वपूर्ण है। और इसके पश्चात जो है वो हमारा जो है वो हमारा जो सोशल सेटअप है, हमारा जो डाइट है, इन नटशल में बात ये सम अप करना चाहूंगा कि ये जो हमारा ये दीर्घायु बढ़ाने के लिए ये जो सारे फैक्टर हैं, हमारा हेरिडिटी है, हमारा एनवायरनमेंट है, हमारी डाइट है, हमारी फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सुशील सर, आपने बहुत अच्छी प्रेजेंटेशन दी, आपका टॉपिक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग रहा, बहुत अच्छे ढंग से आपने चीजों को एक्सप्लेन किया. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर योर elaborative explorations. May I now next invite Professor Hemlata, Department of History, Government College, Arki Solan.
लॉन्जेविटी में जो है वो हमारे लिए के लिए ये महत्व
Professor Hemlata shall speak on the topic of tribal knowledge under the aegis of modernization, a critical analysis. I think she is not available. So may I next call upon Dr. Devendra Singh, Assistant Professor of Geology, Government College, Jukhala, to speak on the topic which Lafura, a mysterious bird of the Shivalik ranges in the outer Himalayan region.
Thank you, Gyan sir, for giving me opportunity.
You are welcome, sir. Please go with your presentation.
My regards to the chair for the session, Professor Sher Singh, and co-chair Professor Rana. Am I audible and my screen is visible? Am I audible and my screen is visible, or?
Yes, please you carry on.
Okay, thank you. The topic of my presentation is about a very mysterious bird, Klij, Lophura leucomelanos, a mysterious bird of Shivalik ranges in outer Himalayan region. As we all know that Himalaya is very rich in its biodiversity, and its richness is attributed to its different geographical conditions. There is inner Himalaya, mid Himalaya, and the outer Himalaya, the Shivalik ranges of it. In particularly, if I will talk about Himachal Pradesh, then we have a variety of faunal variety, and we have very rare varieties of the animals. We have musk deer, Himalayan brown bear, we are having red fox, snow leopard, Himalayan ibex, and similarly, if I will talk about the avian fauna, then in particularly in Phasinidae family, from which these pheasants belongs, we have Himalayan monal, we have our state bird, Western tragopan, cheer pheasant, coclas, and among them is our Klij, Lophura leucomelanos. It's a very marvelous and very beautiful bird present in lower Himalayas, where we commonly found other pheasants such as francolin or red jungle fowl. Klij is very unique in its habitat because its preferred habitat is located in a transition between mid Himalaya and the outer Himalayan zone. Means preferably it prefer outer Himalayas and the lower reaches of the mid Himalayan region. And we all know that this region is actually highly affected by the anthropogenic interferences. So to study this animal, it is mandatory to have scientific knowledge about its ecological preferences, its biological preferences. So in that respect, I have conducted this study, and my study is conducted in district Bilaspur. Basically, I am not a ornithologist. I am by training. I did my PhD in aquatic biology, but I will say that I am new to this study, ornithology. The objective of the current study is to find the preferred habitat by Klij in outer Himalayan zone, to assess the population distribution pattern, then to assess the major threat to the birds, strategies to mitigate the threat. Under review of literature, I will bring to your notice that no study on this bird has been done in Himachal Pradesh till now. Lot of study done in Himalayan region, but most of the study done in Uttarakhand, Kumaon, and the northeastern Himalayan region. Dalakar is the person who first of all placed this Lophura genus, a particular taxonomic position, and he also categorically separated the 9 subspecies of this genus. Then Hussain did a great conservation study on Klij in Kumaon region. Then Ahmad and Khan also did their study in Kumaon region. Furqan and Ali did their study in J&K and proposed various conservation strategy, because J&K have recently declared their state bird Klij. They have replaced their previous bird and now they have their state bird Klij. Study area is around the Bandla hills, and for that I have divided this study area, this zone, into 3 regions. It's eastern side, western side, and the top of the hill. For the study, these are the instruments which were used. I used binocular for the bird watching purpose. Then this Sony CyberSalt DSLR camera is used for picturization. During study, simple line transit is preferred, but during frequent observation, simple point observation method were also there. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please carry on.
Okay. These are the pictorial depiction of these beautiful birds. These are the sexual, this slide showing sexual dimorphism. Male bird is this darker one, and the female is this brownish bird. Male Klij is having blue and black plumage with greenish teenage, then having its breast region is of grayish shade, while its head is having a beautiful crest, which is also known as crown on its head, while female is having a dull color, and this is basically evolutionary adaptation to camouflage in the grassy forest land. So it is brownish in its plumage, having white edges, but in both these male and female, they have red coloration around their eye, and this is a very particular character which is prevalent in the Klij subspecies, which is Hamiltoni, which is present in Himachal Pradesh. In most of the pheasant which I have observed male and female most of the time, and this show their monogamous. But a study done in Hawaii Island, it was found that this bird also show cooperative breeding, and this phenomena of cooperative breeding means few birds or selected one were allowed to breed, and other one will care for the or rear the chicks. So this study also show that these birds have a tendency toward monogamy, but many authors have depicted that the birds show polygamy also. These are the few pictures which I have taken from my study area, and these pictures were taken during the breeding season, where the male bird show the drumming sound by flapping its wings. This was the video which I think it will not be played because it is a PDF version through which I am present. As I have mentioned that this Lophura or this Klij is having 9 subspecies, and in Himachal Pradesh, Lophura leucomelons hamiltoni is present. And the distinctive character as I am depicting in this picture is having a white crest on its head. This white crest is the peculiar character of this Hamiltoni subspecies, while it is of bluish or blackish tinge in other subspecies. It prefer mostly these are the vegetation of the forest area which is preferred because this is omnivore. These are the vegetation which I have recorded in this forest area, and this klij is found to move around these vegetation. It is also observed that the pheasant prefer to roost upon pinus and bamboo trees in the during night periods, while for its nests are present on grounds, and they were covered by the shrubs such as barberries, lantana, this akha, gandela, crassia, spinerum, etc. In addition to this, they also prefer cold, shady, and deep gorges of the small stream for feeding, hiding during the daytime, and generally seen to forage in open area on the hilltop region. Pheasant is omnivore in diet and prefer small figs, leaf, small insects, etc. Uh, as shown in the table, it's as I have mentioned that I have divided the study area into three sides: eastern, western, and top of the hills. So for nesting purpose, it generally prefer top of the hill, and it might be due to that there is scarce human population, human habitation, while in the western side, which is preferred side for its foraging, reason might be the human habitation because they have their farms, their home based, etc., where they generally seen feeding. In its natural predators, owl, hawks, and foxes, monkey, they also destroy their nets and feeds upon their eggs. Stray dog, it is one of the menace which is creating a great problem for the pocketed forest area biodiversity, mostly affected by the during the transhumanist migration. Means during Gadi migration, it's also a challenge for the conservation of such species. Then these are few recommendations. Klij, as it falls under the part 3 of Schedule 1 in Wildlife Protection Act 1972. So to prevent the habitat loss, habitat fragmentation, we have to plant very specific type of plants to, or we have not go for the monogamy in the forest canopy. We have to go for the diversification of the forest. So there might be some fruit plants, some shrubs, some bushes which are equally beneficial for their conservation purpose. We have to prevent the unnatural forest fire. We have to regulate the cattle grazing, and particularly by dividing the small forested area into zones to check and regulate the gaming and hunting, to mark specified and protected area in every forest land to preserve their habitat. We have to organize awareness campaigns regarding importance of biodiversity in school, villages, etc. That's all. Thank you for your patience hearing.
May I now next call on Mr. Saurabh Sood, Assistant Professor of Journalism and Mass Communication from Government College Greenpo, to speak on a topic: automation in journalism, the transformative effect of artificial intelligence technologies. I think he has not connected. Next is Mr. Harkamal Swaroop. Harkamal Swaroop Sharma, Assistant Professor of Political Science, Government College Greenpo. He too is not available. May I now next invite Dr. Subash Verma, Assistant Professor of English, Government College, Borat, to speak on a topic performing survival Aboriginal Australian drama as a pathway to cultural continuity and sustainable future.
He is also not present.
He is also not present. Next is Dr. Harul Bedi, Assistant Professor of Commerce, Government College, Archi. Our topic is impact of globalization on e-commerce issues and challenges.
He is also not connected.
She is also
Not connected.
not present. So, we have a next call from Dr. Saloni Sood. Dr. Saloni Sood, Assistant Professor of Chemistry, YS Parmar, Postgraduate College, Nahar, to deliberate upon the topic climate and sustainability relationship between relationship with green energy or chemistry perspective. So Dr. Saloni Sood, if you are present,
She is not
please
connected.
carry on with the topic. I think she is not available. May I know, before the close of session, technical session 3, may I now call upon Dr. Sheikh Singh Dekhi, the chairperson of this technical session, to make conducive remarks. Dr. Sheikh Singh Dekhi.
Hello.
Sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
The session was very impressive and very